Minister's office has communicated that the Prime Minister was monitoring the entire Operation Sindoor through the night. It was the Defence Minister, Rajnath Singh, who put out a tweet lauding the Indian forces, and then came the reaction from External Affairs Minister, who says that the world must actually believe and walk the talk on zero tolerance to terrorism. There will be an all-party meeting which will be chaired by the government as well, where the government will be briefing all the political parties in the last few hours. All the reactions which have come in from the Congress to other parties, the regional players, have been of standing with the Indian forces. The entire political class of India is speaking in total solidarity and in unison as India has avenged 26 innocent lives lost in Pahalgam. We have Shivarur joining us live from Srinagar. We also have Vasudha Venugopal joining us from 7 LKM. That's where the Cabinet Committee on Security Affairs will be held any moment. In fact, that's going to begin at 11 a.m. I can see Nazir joining us as well from Srinagar. Beginning with Shiv.
That's right, but very important, as both my colleagues were saying, it is going to be at 10 a.m. when we'll have more official clarity on how and what has happened as far as Pakistan is concerned, and a lot of questions about what has transpired on the Indian side, some unconfirmed reports also coming in, and a lot of propaganda from the Pakistani side. But Shiv, without further ado, coming to you at this moment, you're out and about Srinagar in a heightened sense of security at this moment, a lot of tension also in the air, because already the LC and LOC and the international border have been lit up with the indiscriminate firing from Pakistani side.
Ankit, we've just returned. We're on the road towards the forward areas, including Uri. We've just been turned back on this highway. No vehicular traffic is being allowed on the road from Srinagar towards the forward areas. After this particular broadcast, we're going to try and make it back towards those forward areas, because this is still an evolving situation. We've worn our protective gear in order to make it clear that we are from the press, because there's a huge amount of traffic congestion in that area, especially in Shiri, in the Baramulla sector where we've been reporting from. Remember, Uri, Baramulla, Kupwara are completely lit up as far as the line of control is concerned. Nobody is being allowed access to the extreme forward areas where the actual artillery fire is taking place. Extensive damage is being reported on the Indian side, the civilian side of both Kupwara and Uri, but a huge amount of damage to military infrastructure, including Pakistan Army posts, is being reported on the Pakistan side of the LC of both Kupwara, Uri, as well as south of the Pir Panjal in the Rajouri Poonch sector. Remember, the other aspect of this entire unfolding story from Operation Sindoor is what's happening in the air. Indian fighter aircraft, Pakistani fighter aircraft have been involved in an air battle of sorts since late last night. There are a lot of claims and counterclaims which we hope to get clarified very soon. There appear to be some military losses as far as fighter aircraft are concerned on the Indian side as well as the Pakistan side. Lots of misinformation by way of old videos, old images from news clippings being put out by the Pakistan media and the Pakistan ISPR at this point of time in order to make it look like they're dominating the narrative. But a lot of myth busting is taking place already on social media. But there is a huge information vacuum right now. So two aspects of what we're looking at in the wake of Operation Sindoor is A, what's happening at the line of control, because that is the live escalating situation right now, which could expand into the international border if it is not contained. The other is the aerial aspect of it. All of this, of course, in the wake of 9 targeted strikes on terrorist infrastructure from Bahawalpur to Muzaffarabad to Kotli to Muridke and to 5 other targets in Pakistani Punjab as well as Pakistan-occupied Kashmir.
In fact, in 45 minutes from now is when the press conference will be addressed at the National Media Center, and that's where Sunil Prabhu is. Sunil, what can you tell us? I can see you right inside the National Media Center.
That's right, Maria. And in fact, just I want to show you the army officials. There's going to be a PowerPoint presentation, so the entire world and everybody can watch that. The armed forces are already here. The army, Indian Army personnel. There will be also from the Indian Air Force, and we'll wait and see who else is part of these deliberations. But this is clearly a sign the entire tri-services, the Navy, the Air Force, as well as the Army and the Chief of Defence Staff's colors are here. Their flags have been put there specifically for this presentation, which is going to be done by a Major General rank in a short while from now, as you said, at 10 o'clock. And hopefully that PowerPoint presentation will be able to answer what exactly happened and what are the steps that India is taking. There will also be a statement from the Ministry of Civil Aviation because there are a lot of concerns for people like you and me who are civilians, who are worried about flights that they have booked. There have been no time for certain areas, and it's in that directive which is, civilian friendly and press friendly in terms of people's information. That also is expected to be given out at this press conference. So definitely a multi-pronged response with not only the Army, the Air Force. As I said, we are not sure whether the MEA will be here, but there will definitely be a government spokesperson, and from the Ministry of Civil Aviation also a statement is expected in the course of the next few minutes. Once that press conference gets underway at 10 o'clock, there will be a PowerPoint presentation by our armed forces to deliberate and inform the entire country and the world at large about what exactly has happened during the course of this night, where you and me have been awake, keeping people informed about these airstrikes, the 9 specific points, the roots of terror, where the Jaish-e-Mohammed and LET have been attacked. These are places which have been emanating terror for a very, very long time, and the real, touching point was when 26 innocent civilians were killed
joining us
in
from
Pahalgam.
Srinagar. Nazir, 9 sites selected for the operation, which has a history of association with major terror plots and also infiltration attempts directed in India. We have spoken about Bahawalpur, we have spoken about Mudrike. What about others?
Well, if you just see the visuals coming from Pakistan, it clearly shows that the strikes have hit very, very hard. What are the number of casualties or the terrorist leadership who all have been targeted in this? It's still not known. But as we know, Bahawalpur has been the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, where Masood Azhar was operating. Murdaki, whether it was initially Jamaat Dawat Irshad, then it was transferred into Lashkar-e-Tayyiba, and then where Hafiz Saeed and his whole ideology was flourishing. Then we know in Muzaffarabad, then we know totally 5 sites in POK, which have been targeted, which according to army have been the terror sites, whether these are launch pads or whether they are terror training camps or which are the ideological basis of those groups. Pakistan has admitted 8 casualties. However, they are saying they are all civilians, most of them children and women. Having said that, this is first time they are admitting casualties. They are admitting it has hit them very hard, unlike 2016 or 2019, when they were in a denial mode despite the fact there was a surgical strike and there was also Blackout strikes as well, air strikes as well. But this time India has hit very deep and very hard, deep inside Pakistan in Bahawalpur. But here also there has been apparently some losses of air forces. Some fighter jets apparently have been lost in this fight with Pakistan here. We will be waiting for the official word on that. What is the amount of loss and how all it has happened? But during the night, it was a chaotic night. One update is important that the artillery shelling on the border has stopped right now. This halt. But during the whole night till morning, it was raining. These bombs were raining, artillery shells were raining. It just caused huge damage to the property and the lives to the border areas, particularly in Tangdar area, wherein the main marketplace has also been hit by the shells. 3 civilians have been killed, over a dozen have been injured, 4 injured have been brought to Baramulla Hospital, and I spoke to some of the doctors and they say they are all stable and they have received minor injuries. But the kind of situation it has created after Pahalgam terror attack, India has sent very loud and clear message that if you
there by India. Nazir, thanks very much for sharing those details with us. What I'd like to do at this stage is just point out to our viewers some of the areas which have been struck. Now, this is not exhaustive. There are 9 targets. We will try and bring out those 9 targets later on. But the key point we are mentioning over here is right from the line of control going into the international border, going west of the border between Punjab and Rajasthan, India has struck. Bahawalpur Key, this is the Jaish-e-Mohammed's camp, that has been blown up. That lies 150 kilometers approximately inside Pakistan. The other areas which have been struck, Murid-ke, 30 kilometers inside Pakistan, the Sawai camp, about 30 kilometers, Gulpur, 35 kilometers inside Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. So just broadly speaking, some of the areas which have been struck are west of the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. Other areas which have been struck are west of the line of control. As a result of India's strikes, all of which were successful, and these actually list a few of the other camps. We have not marked all of them over here. They're all between 15, 10, 8. So some of them are very shallow strikes. Some of them are strikes in depth. These are, by which I mean Bahawalpur, the most in-depth strikes which India has conducted on Pakistan since the 1971 war. What has also taken place is that this entire front on the line of control between India and Pakistan going down to the line of control, to the international border, which you don't see very clearly over here, the international border is now completely alive. There is very heavy artillery shelling which is taking place over there. Let's move to the next point, give you a few more details of what it is that we are talking about, the significance of the operations. Quickly change the point, all right. The Bahawalpur camp, that's what I was talking about. The terror group Jaish-e-Mohammed's headquarters has been destroyed. Let's move to the next point where we can talk about Bahawalpur again. It is a planning hub for major operations and attacks. Let's keep going from point to point so that we can tell our viewers. Murid-ke. Murid-ke is over here, 30 kilometers inside Pakistan. It's a major base of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. Why is Murid-ke important? Because the 2611 Mumbai attackers had trained over here. That has also been destroyed by India. Let's go to a few of the other points which we have over here. Gulpur, that's about 35 kilometers inside Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. It's a launch pad for attacks which took place in Rajouri earlier on. Sawai, this is a camp over here, 30 kilometers inside the line of control. This has been struck. It's a Lashkar-e-Toiba camp linked to Sonmarg, Gulmarg, and the Pahalgam attack. So wherever terrorists struck India, India has struck back. Some of these were hit using loitering drones. Others were used using cruise missiles. Kotli is another area which was struck. This was a bomber training hub, 50 plus terrorists. We don't have that on the map right now. We'll try and bring that for you in a little while from now. So several areas have been struck by India, including Sarjal and Barnala. These are all close to the line of control and the international border. That's what we have at this juncture in terms of the strikes that India has carried out very successfully.
All right, Vishnu, thank you so much for all those details that you have shared with our viewers. So the significance of all these 9 hotspots, the terror backbone of Pakistan has been struck by India.
Yes.
Vasudha is joining us from outside 7LKM.
And like the action in the night was with these strikes inside Pakistan, though of course India are cautious at this moment, but the action now will shift to the nerve center of the political activity, Prime Minister's office, and of course the press conference which is going to take place in less than an hour. In just about 45 minutes from now, Vasudha, Prime Minister, as we believe, was right from the beginning, not only was involved in this entire operation, in planning this entire operation, and also was monitoring it. His house becomes very, very important, a series of meetings that are going to be very important now.
Absolutely, Ankit. 15 days after the brutal attack in Pahalgam, in which we lost 26 innocent lives, India has finally made use of the kinetic options that were on the table. And these are precision strikes. And like Vishnu was also explaining, these are mainly terror bases. 4 of them are of Jaish-e-Mohammed, and this is one terror organization that has been instrumental in creating a lot of terror attacks in Pakistan from Pulwama to 26/11. 3 of them belong to Lashkar-e-Taiba. In fact, the Resistance Front, which is a wing, in fact, it is the LAT that has been morphed into Resistance Front in the last few years. That camp has been hit in Bahawalpur, and of course Hizbul Mujahideen as well. Today, all the action shifts to the Prime Minister's office in just a bit from now, when a CCS meeting will take place. And the cabinet meeting is also expected to take place in just a bit, because remember, while we talk about the precision strikes and what's happening in Pakistan, there's a domestic narrative, there's a domestic situation that also needs to be managed, because Pakistan is going to retaliate. India is prepared for that militarily, and also domestically it has to make that kind of arrangements, like Sunil was saying, from flights to transport to logistics to preparing the country for any threat that can come from a hostile neighbor and an angry neighbor, an aggressive neighbor like Pakistan. India needs to be prepared. So what I'm told is that in the CCS meeting, the Prime Minister is going to be explained, is going to be told as to what really are the options right now, what needs to be, what are the areas that need care right now, and what really happened last time. Remember, he was in the PMO, he was monitoring Operation Sindoor. In fact, sources have also told me that this name has come from him because Operation Sindoor also denotes something very emotional to the Indian community, to the Hindu community, and also remember that most of the victims in this attack were men, married men. So clearly there's a very angry Prime Minister sending out a message that he has the political will to see this through.
Absolutely. The political will displayed by Prime Minister, undoubtedly, and something which he had said when he addressed the nation through that rally in Bihar, where he had said clearly that India will identify, trace and punish every terrorist and their backers, the backers who were sitting in Bahawalpur, the backers who were sitting in Muridke, and 7 other target points which have been targeted by India. I can see Gurpreet joining us. Gurpreet, go ahead, speak to people, give us a sense of what the sentiments are on ground.
Well, we are reporting from district of Firozpur, and this is the border area of international border area of Firozpur. So we will have some people with us. We will talk to them. So you have seen the way Indian government has already initiated action against terrorism. So how do you see? कैसे देख रहे हैं आप?
I am living in Firozpur. ये आपने जो हमारी सरकार ने, इंडिया गवर्नमेंट ने, प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने जो किया स्टेप, ये बिल्कुल ठीक किया है. पब्लिक के हिसाब से ये स्टेप बहुत ज़रूरी था और ये उन्होंने बिल्कुल ठीक किया है और होना चाहिए था. लोग डरते जरूर हैं, लेकिन साथ साथ लोगों में उत्साह भी है, हौसला भी है कि ये स्टेप करना बहुत ज़रूरी था, जिससे दुश्मन कमज़ोर हो और दुश्मन का हमारे पे हावी ना हो.
आपने बॉर्डर एरिया में रहते हैं, पहले भी वॉर्स देखी हैं, लेकिन अभी भी देख रहे हैं. सुबह का हम यहाँ से रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. लगातार लोगों में उत्साह भी है. लोगों का ये भी कहना है कि इस वक्त जो स्टेप लिया गया है अगेंस्ट टेररिज्म, वो नीड ऑफ द आवर था, वो लेना चाहिए था.
बिल्कुल बहुत ज़रूरी था. जो उन्होंने हमारे साथ इंडिया अपने पहलगाम में जो हरकत की है, उसका जवाब, मुँह तोड़ जवाब देना बहुत ज़रूरी था और ये बिल्कुल सही स्टेप है. लोगों में इस चीज़ की बहुत खुशी है और मैंने 1965 की लड़ाई भी देखी है, 1971 की भी लड़ाई देखी है. उसके हिसाब से इस टाइम ये अपने पास ताकत बहुत है. इस टाइम उनको सबक सिखाना बहुत ज़रूरी था, हो गया था इस टाइम.
देख रहे हैं कुछ दिनों में यहाँ ब्लैकआउट भी हुआ, लोकल कई मीटिंग हुई, आज पूरे स्कूल भी बंद किए गए हैं. लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है जो लगातार फोर्सेस से टच में है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे काफ़ी बड़े मात्रा में फोर्सेस भी यहाँ पे उनका पूरा एरिया है. तो क्या लगता है कि जो ये स्टेप्स ले रहे हैं, जो चीज़ें कर रहे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं लोगों में एक मैसेज भी जा रहा है कि लगातार जो सरकार है वो टेररिज्म के खिलाफ लड़ रही है और लोगों में भी उत्साह पाया जा रहा है.
बिल्कुल ठीक. ये लोगों में बड़ी खुशी है इस बात की कि इस टाइम ये बहुत ज़रूरी था टेररिज्म के खिलाफ होना में और उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब देना. तो लोगों में डर है, लेकिन खुशी भी है साथ साथ कि जो कुछ सरकार कर रही है पब्लिक के लिए बहुत अच्छा कर रही है. चाहे ब्लैकआउट हो या चाहे जो भी स्कूल बंद हो, ये सब पब्लिक की प्रिकॉशंस के लिए है और पब्लिक की सेफ्टी के लिए हमारी सरकार. और
which is coming now. Prime Minister Modi is constantly monitoring the situation, as we have been reporting. Operation Sindoor being constantly monitored by Prime Minister Modi. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has been briefing Prime Minister on a regular basis, is what we can tell our viewers. in some time from now will be the cabinet meeting, which will be chaired by the Prime Minister.
Press conference delayed.
Yes, press conference delayed. But before that, let me bring in Aishwarya, who's getting us this piece of breaking news of National Security Advisor constantly briefing the Prime Minister. Ash.
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been briefed by NSA Ajit Doval, and Prime Minister is monitoring very closely about the developments and the current situation along with the line of control, and also about Operation Sindoor, as there has been multiple strikes that India had conducted on the Pakistan mainland as well as Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Prime Minister is right there at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg just before the cabinet meeting. Has been briefed on regular intervals by the National Security Advisor. Of course, there are several rounds of meetings that have taken place in the last few days, and all in alignment with this very attack of India, giving a befitting response to the terrorist attack on the Indian soil. Yesterday as well, it was NSA Ajit Doval who reached 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. I was right there at PM residence. He briefed Prime Minister for almost 40 minutes yesterday as well, and that's how a series of meetings have taken place. Prime Minister was engaged with the developments. He was briefed by from Defence Minister to the senior officials from the Defence Ministry, and all were the part of the action that India is going to take. Just the information that is pouring in is as well that Prime Minister is still at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. He's been briefed by NSA Ajit Doval just before the CCS that he will be chairing, and also soon after that there would be a full-fledged cabinet briefing. Of course, the all-important briefing by joint press conference by the Ministry of External Affairs and Ministry of Defence had been postponed by 30 minutes. So now it will start at 10:30 because of the developments that are taking place along with the line of control.
All right, so important, in fact, news coming in at this moment. The press conference, which was to begin at 10 o'clock, will now be starting at 10:30 a.m. So half an hour delay as far as this press conference is concerned. Very, very important briefing there by the Indian government, by the armed forces, as far as this entire operation is concerned, to try and get more clarity and a lot of questions which, in fact, at this moment, the reporters have more clarity and information will come from this press conference at this moment. But what we know is that the press conference has been delayed, from 10 to 10:30. Vishnu, Maria, any particular reason that we know about why this has been moved forward?
I think it's just in terms of getting a little bit more information. The situation is fairly dynamic. There would be new developments. There would be new information which they're looking to clear at this stage. There is a lot of information now which needs to come in. We should be getting more details on that. What we can say is that what took place from approximately 1:30 p.m. is far more than just the missile strikes and the other weapons which were used to strike Pakistani terror camps. There was an air battle which also likely took place. We don't know the extent of it. There are some reports of fighter jet losses. This would have been factored in by our armed forces. If we go kinetic, then Pakistan would retaliate. So this would be something that needs to be assessed. Perhaps time would be needed for that. Also, the situation along the line of control and the international border in terms of artillery shelling, very, very active. Several areas have been hit. 155mm gunfire taking place over there. Several Pakistani posts have been struck. What I have been told that there have been significant casualties inflicted on the Pakistani side as well on the line of control in the artillery shelling and on the international border. Pakistan's firing is indiscriminate. Just in the last little while, even United Nations posts in the Poonch sector have seen artillery shells from Pakistan landing in the vicinity. So it's all active now. Is this going to be kept at this level? Is there going to be more? All of these things we need to really keep a lookout on. But these are extremely tense times. And one final word, air travel. If you are traveling, please look out, speak to your airline, because lots of airports across India are shut down at this stage, primarily in Jammu and Kashmir and in Rajasthan.
Okay. And the families of these 26 victims have spoken out, and they have thanked the security forces, perhaps even saying that the action taken by India is a reflection of the sentiments of 140 crore Indians.
Harshal Lele, who is the son of Sanjay Lele, who lost his life in the attacks, the cowardly attacks that took place on the 22nd of last month. India has finally retaliated, and let us try and understand from him on what are his initial reaction to this attack. Harshal, first of all, tell me, when did you get to know about the kind of reaction that India has given to Pakistan?
Yesterday midnight, I was awakened till late. I don't know why I was not able to sleep. My friend actually messaged me that, are you awake? I said yes. So he told me to switch on the TV. So I got to know like that around 2 to 2:30 at that time.
Have you been awake for many nights in the last 15, 16 days, or was it something special that made you keep awake last night?
I was awake for last 15, 16 days during late night. But yesterday, previously I was sleeping but wasn't able to sleep. Yesterday, on my own I was awake. I was, means I don't know why, but I didn't go to the bed. I was just kept scrolling the mobile. So maybe that was a sign for me that something is going to happen.
Harshal, everyone is talking about the sense of justice, right? That we have given justice to those who lost their lives. Do you think that this in any way completes the sense of justice?
Yes, it is a justice, but it will be my humble request to the government as well as all three departments that the operation should not stop here. This operation should continue to the point that there should not be a single terrorist left in the POK or even in Pakistan.
In the last 15 days, a lot of people were talking about what is the way in which India is going to retaliate. Is it going to be satisfactory, not satisfactory? Personally, you are the one who have lost the most as compared to any other countryman. Has the the product been worth the wait for last 15 days?
Yes, it's worth. I was knowing that something is going to happen because all the meetings were continuously going on. We even stopped the river water. So I knew something was going to happen. But I would say that this should not be the end. This should be the beginning of the operation.
Okay, thank you so much.
I have with me the family of Bharat Bhushan. He was shot dead by the terrorists in Pahalgam, even as he said that he has a young 3-year-old child and requested to spare his life, but there was no mercy shown. Today, as these retaliatory attacks have happened, so I have with me the father of Bharat Bhushan. So do you feel that this is some sort of, how is the family feeling? I don't want to really put words in your mouth.
Family is in a difficult state. Every day they are suffering like anything.
Yeah.
And small kid, and he is also suffering much because the incident happened just in front of him and his mother. So they are in severe pain.
So when this attack has been carried out by the Indian Army, does it bring you some sort of satisfaction?
Definitely. We are very happy to know all these incidents. And Army and Air Force, they have done very good work. And they are controlling the terrorists as well as they are attacking terrorist camps in Pakistan. And they are putting missiles so that everything will be demolished then and there itself. And even terrorists are killed there itself.
Absolutely. And while many of them have in the past said that, including the families of several of the victims, that they are not looking for any sort of vengeance. They're looking for safety measures. They're looking to ensure that the government in the future ensures that such an incident does not occur. But right now, with such an attack that's being carried out, Operation Sindoor being carried out, somewhere for the family, is it relief that if those terrorists who are a part of Pahalgam or any other people who could carry out such an attack, them being eliminated, does that bring you some level of satisfaction?
I don't know if I should say, it's a satisfaction, it's a relief, because Bharat is not going to be back. So there is a void, which he's left for us. Second is, I want to state that, we are with the government and their decisions. I'm very sure, this is a very well thought through decision after a complete study of, what has happened in Pahalgam and what is expected to happen in the future. They would have thought through all these things, and then they would have made a step, or they've taken the step of attacking these terror outfits. So I wouldn't want to call it saying, it gives us a bit of satisfaction, it's a good revenge. I don't know. I don't want to call it, I don't want to give any term to this, but we are with the government and we fully support their decisions. and whatever they have to do, they will do. We know that. So we'll just wait and watch.
How's the family doing at this point in time, sir? It's been, of course, a hard couple of weeks, I'm sure. How is the wife doing? How is the kid doing?
I mean, hats off to her and her courage. She lost the most important person of her life in front of her, and still, she had the courage to hold the kid, bring him down safe from Baisaran to Pahalgam. I don't think many could do that. She's going through a lot of pain. She's in a lot of pain at the moment. She's struggling. My family is struggling. All of us are struggling. We only realize when I look at the photograph of Bharat with the garland is when I realize saying he's not there. I mean, initial week was more the shock. Now it's the pain which all of us are going through at this point in time.
ये बहुत ही अच्छी बात है कि जो उन्होंने मोदी साहब ने बदला लिया है और मैं उनके साथ हूँ, जनता उनके साथ है और हमारा सारा परिवार उनके साथ है। मैं सेना के जवानों को यही मैसेज देना चाहती हूँ कि आगे बढ़ते रहो और ऐसे ही बदला लेते रहो कि ऐसी कोई घटना दोबारा न घटे, उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब देना ऐसे ही देना चाहिए।
हम सब इस पल की प्रतीक्षा कर रहे थे और जो भी सरकार ने निर्णय लिया है वो योग्य लिया है और हमारी बस यही इच्छा है कि अभी जो भी ये संगठन है या ये जो ग्रुप्स है जो आतंकवादी हमले कर रहे हैं इनको पूरी तरीके से निकाल के मतलब ढूंढ के मार देना चाहिए और ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए।
उनसे बहुत थैंक यू कहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पति की मौत का बदला लिया है। मैं बहुत छोटी हूँ, उन्हें कुछ भी कहने या नहीं कहने वाली, लेकिन हाँ, जिस तरीके से हमारे पूरे परिवार को उन पे विश्वास था, उन्होंने उसी तरीके से जवाब देके हमारे विश्वास को कायम रखा है एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल।
हमें ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में न्यूज़ चैनल से मतलब हमारे परिवार वालों के कॉल आए हमें और तब पता चला कि भारत ने जो पहलगाम में हमला हुआ था उसके ऊपर आज उन्होंने रिएक्शन मतलब उनको उत्तर दिया है इसके बदले में एयर स्ट्राइक करके। पहले तो मिशन का नाम सुन के हम लोगों को बहुत मतलब मैं तो बहुत रो रही थी सुन के।
All right, so that press conference has been postponed by half an hour, so it's still less than 1 hour from now. 10:30 is when we'll get clarity on what exactly took place. Now, there are two aspects of this. There's a lot of news coming in. The first part of this is that India has very successfully struck terror camps in Pakistan. Hizbul Mujahideen terror camp, for example, near Sialkot has been taken out. Bahawalpur, the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, has been taken out. There have been 9 such areas. But there has been retaliation from Pakistan. We're trying to understand the dynamics of that. I'm joined now by General Rameshwar Yadav. Thanks so very much for being with us. In terms of India sending a message to Pakistan, hitting, and there's a lot of evidence, video evidence of these terror camps being blown up, how significant is that in terms of our battle, our war against terrorism, which has been going on for decades?
Firstly, Jai Hind and Bharat Mata ki Jai to all our viewers. And you see the way this strike has been carried out, it is very precision targets that they have done, and they have not crossed the L3 or the IV at all. So thereafter, it means that there is a message that is going on that Pakistan doesn't have much of options now. In case they escalate the ante, then the onus of taking the war to the next stage lies with the Pakistan.
Hi,
correct.
Hi, Ambassador. This is Maya from NDTV.
Yep.
All right, General Yadav, we seem to have lost your line over there. We'll come back to him in just a few moments from now. But I just want to reflect a little bit on that image on the top left-hand side of our screen. We've been flashing it. Let me just explain to our viewers what exactly that's about. These are some of the weapon systems that were used to carry out this strike. What you see over there is the Scalp. It's a long-range, fairly stealthy cruise missile. It has a range of more than 200 kilometers. I would suggest that it may have been used to take out the Bahawalpur camp. There were loitering munitions, otherwise known as suicide drones, which were also used. These ensured precision hits on targets. These were some of the weapon systems which were used. There may have been other ones. including the hammer, which is a smart bomb. It is extremely precise. It needed to be precise because a lot of these areas have civilian populations, so the possibility of collateral damage is something India wanted to avoid. So the hammer is something which is fired from the Rafale, some other platforms as well. It enables, it has a man in the loop or a pilot in the loop if required, so that they can steer the weapon to a particular target. A smart bomb likely to have been used as a suicide weapon, a suicide drone on targets which were closer, just across the line of control.
Let's also give some more information about the 9 targets which have been struck by India and the terror groups which are operating from those targets. Information coming in is that from Bawalpur in Markaz Subhanallah, it was a Jaish-e-Mohammed terror camp which was struck by the Indian precision attack in Markaz Taiba in Murid-ke Lashkar.
Let's have the map up as Ankit describes these areas. Let's have that map up, please.
Lashkar-e-Toiba was the terror group operating from there. In Sarjal, Tehra Kalan, Jaish-e-Mohammed, another terror camp of Jaish-e-Mohammed. In Mehmoona Zoya, in Sialkot, it was Hizbul Mujahideen's camp, which has in fact been struck by Indian armed forces. Markaz Ahle Hadith in Barnala, Lashkar-e-Toiba, another camp of Lashkar-e-Toiba. Markaz Abbas in Kotli. 2 camps have been stuck in Kotli. One of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, Maskar Rahil Shahid in Kotli as well of Hizbul Mujahideen. Meanwhile, in the Savai Nala camp of Muzaffarabad, Lashkar-e-Toiba camp has been hit by the security forces, and in the Sayyidana Bilal camp in Muzaffarabad, Jaish-e-Mohammed terror camp has been dismantled by the security forces particularly. And as we've been speaking, Vishnu, in Bawalpur and Murid-ke, these are the terror headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba. So a very significant blow as far as our terror infrastructure of Pakistan is concerned.
Yes, Lieutenant General Rameshwar Yadav continues to be with us. Sir, coming to you on the choice of these 9 targets, how do you view it? Of course, we have put out details of them being Jaish-e-Mohammed, headquarters, Lashkar-e-Taiba base and training grounds. But with precision, calculated, calibrated move, India has gone ahead and destroyed these terror camps.
I think the way the planning has been done, it is really fantastic. A message is going out to all the terror groups and Pakistan that we have technology and the capability to hit you anytime, anywhere at our will. So that means a message beyond terror camps is that we are in a position to hit any of your military installations, any of your strategic assets that you have, and any of the individuals that you have that we want to eliminate. So that is our capability. India has showcased its political will to cross the IB and LC and hit Pakistan deep inside their territory, number one. And second thing, we have demonstrated the technological edge that we have over Pakistan. And you see, if you look at the history, in all the wars, whichever side had better technology, they have been the winners. So a big message is going out to Pakistan as of now. And I would also say, the way we have calibrated all our moves, it has been more than 14 days that we have taken to plan out the entire strategy that we have, and we have struck now. And prior to that, we have taken economic measures, we have taken diplomatic measures, thereby giving time to Pakistan to mend their ways. But since they did not, so now the military, which is the last option in a statecraft, so we have used military option, and that too on a very small sample that we have.
Minister Amit Shah has just come in with a statement right now. Bring down his audio for a moment. I just want to read out this breaking news. Proud of our armed forces, Operation Sindoor is Bharat's response to the brutal killing of our innocent brothers in Pahalgam. The Modi government is resolved to give a befitting response to any attack on India and its people. Bharat remains firmly committed to eradicating terrorism from its roots. So a very, very strong response from Amit Shah. We haven't seen, Maria, correct me if I'm wrong, anything from the Prime Minister as yet, right? Not yet from the Prime Minister. We've seen the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, as well.
And Rajnath Singh.
And Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister.
Yes. So Home Minister Amit Shah putting out a tweet, rather an elaborate one, the first among all the all the Raisina Hills ministers, first came the reaction from Defense Minister around 2 a.m. Then it was around 7 a.m. that External Affairs Minister had put out a reaction, and now Home Minister Amit Shah saying that the Modi government is resolved to give a befitting response to any attack on India and its people. Bharat remains firmly committed to eradicating terrorism from its roots. Remember, Prime Minister Modi has been monitoring this entire Operation Sindoor through the night, and the National Security Advisor, the CDS, and all operational details have been shared with the Prime Minister on a minute-to-minute basis.
Right.
All right, joining us now, the former Air Chief Marshal R.K.S. Bhadoria. Ankit?
Yeah, so thank you for speaking to us. I very quickly want to understand from you, this is, I was just seeing the reaction that you have also put out on X, a very significant action which has been taken by our security forces. We have been discussing here on NDTV, the importance of all the three services taking part in this action, which has gone deeper into Pakistan, possibly their targets which have been attacked ever since 1971, sir.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Deeper, wider, the connotations of selecting the kind of targets that have been selected.
Okay, the visuals coming in.
Their entire...
just a moment, Air Chief Marshal Rakesh Bhadoria. These are the visuals coming in of Rajnath Singh now leaving his residence. Where is he headed? We'll know about it in just a bit. Remember, Rajnath Singh was the first minister to put out details. In fact, he had just said just 3 words, Jai Hind was his word when he put out that tweet at 2 a.m.
He also spoke to all the service chiefs about this operation. So the Raksha Mantri at this moment, Vishnu, heading out. So now the big movement as far as the top the top political leadership is concerned is in fact now we are seeing on the streets of the national capital.
Yes,
that's right. So they're all headed back to their not their residence. I would suggest they've been monitoring this throughout the night.
Perhaps he's headed to South Block or even 7 LKM. We'll know about it in just a bit.
For the CCS meeting, maybe.
That's around 11. So, but Rajnath Singh will perhaps be discussing with the Prime Minister as to what should be shared by the Indian Army and other forces in that press conference, Tri-Services press conference, which is going to take place at 10:30 a.m. Air Chief Marshal Rakesh Bhadoria, please continue. Sorry.
Yeah, so I was saying, the kind of target selected, it's very clearly the 9 targets after a lot of, I'm sure, due diligence and deliberation. And the tri-service targeting, all services involved, whatever targets were selected, they've been hit. All the videos and visuals coming and photographs coming from across are indicating the kind of damage. Therefore, overall, a very strong message, a very robust response to the heinous attack at Pahalgam, I think. Honorable Prime Minister had very clearly said, unimaginable punishment for the terrorists and their backers and supporters. And here it is. It is exactly in line with that.
The significance you have spoken about, it was a coordinated joint operation. India has sent a strong message. But it's coming also that, today is a sense of preparation which is going on. India is the pan-India 259 district, which is witnessing that mock drill which is happening. What happens now in terms of how, after 9 terror bases struck by India, what happens now in terms of our preparation?
So firstly, the pan-India drill, it becomes, apart from a drill, actual, implementation of this kind of actions that need to take place when you prepare for any kind of conflict or when you expect any kind of attack. As I see, as most of the people I think expect, Pakistan would respond in some manner or the other. If they are rational, they would want to de-escalate, but I don't think they are thinking rationally. And there would be some kind of response and some kind of attack. For the optics within their country, they will also choose similar number of targets, that's what I feel, and choose to attack some of these targets. So the level of that attack is to be seen. I think on our part, we need to defend very effectively, minimize the kind of damage that is possible, and thereafter calibrate the next move. So it is something that would pan out today and tomorrow, and we'll see how the things go. But as far as I think, our defense forces have taken a very strong action, and they would be prepared for any kind of escalation that in the interim may take place.
Sir, can I also understand from you, because when the Balakot airstrikes took place, of course, the onus was on the Indian Air Force to go deep into Pakistan and conduct those airstrikes. This time, what we are learning is largely the attack has happened from within our own borders. We did not cross over to Pakistan. It not only shows our capabilities of hitting deep inside Pakistan, remaining within our own borders, it also, in fact, demonstrates how we have changed and learned our tactics from what we did in Balakot.
Yeah, a lot of changes have taken place after that. We have a lot of weapons that are now much more capable. We have stand-off weapons and precision weapons is what I'm talking about, from anywhere from 60 kilometers to right up to 300 odd kilometers, subsonic to high supersonic. So we have a range of weapons. We have a range of aircraft, most effective being the Rafale, the last induction. Very capable if you see with scalp and hammer. So overall, what I can see from targets, I don't have the information from Air Force to clarify upfront, but what I can see from the kind of visuals coming, it's a combination of weapons used and some strong high caliber precision weapons, but all are precision strikes, and you would find the chances of collateral damage has been contained to the absolute minimum, and there is no military target. So our intent has been a very strong, robust response, but yet no military target and no civilian casualties, effective measures to minimize casualties. And I think that should be very clear to Pakistan and to the world.
So, in terms of what should we be expecting, the reason why I'm asking that is because in the last few hours, there has been shelling which has happened along the LOC and also at the international border. When you say escalation that Indian forces are prepared for, what can happen?
So shelling would certainly continue, and I'm sure that is being adequately responded to. Uh, in terms of other concrete actions, I think it's my view that Pakistan would take, because of the kind of statements that Pakistan Army Chief has made in the recent past, and some of their ministers, and for the optics within, they would certainly take some action, and that is what we need to be prepared for, and that's what we need to counteract effectively. Uh, After that, depending on the nature of damage that is done, uh, you see, we have terrorist targets across. They don't have terrorist targets. They will end up hitting some kind of military targets. There is no other target here. And when they hit some military targets, if they were to achieve some damage, it will have obviously an escalatory effect.
Air Marshal,
And
let
we
me
cannot
ask
keep...
you, Air Marshal Vishnu here, just a quick word. Whenever India plans a military operation of this sort, it is in a sense war. We factor in casualties on our sides as well. I mean, I think it's important for our viewers to understand that this doesn't come without us also potentially being hit. So therefore, it is important for us to realize that when we go kinetic, they respond. There are casualties often on both sides. Nothing is seamless, nothing is perfect, nothing is like the movies. Is that correct?
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, in the initial kinetic action itself, casualties are to be expected. That is the nature of task, and especially if your mission is more complex, and especially if the adversary is expecting it and fully deployed. You see, the Pakistani defense forces have been deployed. They know what the terrorists had done and the kind of heinous attack and absolutely barbaric attack that was done in Pahalgam. So obviously they knew there would be something major, and Honorable Prime Minister clearly said what is to be done. With this kind of activation, obviously the level of damage can be expected in the actions that are taken, any kinetic action. Now, when Pakistan takes some action, we should expect some kind of targets that may get hit. We need to take precautions for that, And also we need to have a strategy, which I'm sure they already have. All the forces are deployed, and we would be thinking rationally and de-escalating where it is possible.
Yes.
But if should Pakistan want to continue to escalate, I'm sure our forces are ready for that too.
No, and that's where India comes into our strength, because we can outlast them. Of that, there is no doubt. We are a larger air force, we are a larger army. But what I can share with our viewers at this stage is that the artillery shelling is absolutely intense. It is continuing now across the line of control, all across the international boundary, and we are inflicting serious damage on the Pakistanis. 3 civilians on our side have sadly lost their lives. But Air Chief Marshal, thanks very much for being with us. The message, however, in all of this is absolutely clear. If Pakistan hits us with terrorists, we will hit them with cruise missiles. That's something that's been done. Unlike Balakot, the video evidence this time is absolutely clear. There has been extensive Air Force activity which has been there. There has been Army activity as well. So that's the situation on the ground right now. There has been
a piece of breaking news which is coming in now is that the schools and colleges and other educational institutions have been closed.
Where?
In Jammu, Samba, Kathua, Rajouri and Poonch. They will remain closed today. So the border districts in Jammu, schools have been shut. This is a precautionary measure, as we have been saying, the civil defense a drill which is being carried out, but then more so because of artillery shelling which is continuing along.
In fact, as we were fearing, and we've been talking about this, that these kind of action, no matter how successful they are, they don't come without a cost, and civilians have lost their lives on the Indian side because of the shelling that Pakistan is continuously, in fact, indulging in at the moment on the LOC. India has also responded, and there is significant damage that our forces have, in fact, done to the Pakistani forces, in the response to these artillery shellings. But unfortunately, 10 people have lost their lives. This is, at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, as we have been saying since 2 a.m., it's a developing situation. It's a dynamic situation. A lot can happen. A lot is, at this moment, happening on the line of control and the international border, as well as here in the national capital, where the Prime Minister and the political leadership of the country is taking stock not only of the operation which has been conducted, but at this moment, the repercussions which we are seeing both at the line of control and if there is any other provocation from the Pakistani side. Let's very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, once again remind you that the press conference which we were waiting for, the Tri-Services press conference, is going to take place now at 10:30 a.m. So just about 37 minutes from now, that Tri-Services press conference is going to take place. And very, very importantly, just before that, we saw those visuals of the Raksha Mantri getting out of his house. We yet don't know where Mr. Rajnath Singh has gone, but he will have a very, very important role to play. Of course, briefing the Prime Minister, taking stock of the situation and the preparedness as the country now is after hitting back at Pakistan, making Pakistan pay a price for its terrorist activities. We are now waiting at this moment of how and where it goes from here. Maria, very quickly, just a word about
operations.
Usually, there is a cabinet meeting as well. After the CCS, there is a cabinet meeting as well. And usually we have seen a cabinet briefing after the cabinet meetings. Is there going to be that briefing which usually the INB minister does after a cabinet meeting?
That may not happen at the moment. What we are getting a sense is that any kind of briefing will be coming in only from the Army and Indian Armed Forces, because at 10:30 is when the Tri-Services briefing happens, which will be followed by more details, perhaps, which will continue to come from the government, because it's a developing situation. It's a dynamic situation, as we have been saying, Ankit. The Pahalgam killers, which widowed 25 women, have got a befitting reply. The perpetrators of the terror attack have got a befitting reply. Justice is served is the message that is coming in from the government of India, certainly. But what exactly are these locations? Let's look at those locations, and Vishnu is standing by to give us details of these 9 terror hotbeds and terror launch pads.
All right, well, in case you've just joined us, this has been the big story. India has hit Pakistan very, very hard. There have been 9 places which have been struck. across the international border and the line of control. These are all terrorist hotbeds. The headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur has been blown up. In Murid-ke, headquarters of one of the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba has been blown up. There have been other strikes which have been taking place as well. So just in terms of the expanse from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, Muzaffarabad down to Kotli, Gulpur, Bhimbad, these are areas on the line of control, and these are areas where India has struck shallow, 25 to 30 kilometers across the line of control and hit them. From Sialkot down is the Sialkot sector. The strikes which we have carried out are in that sector, but on the Pakistani side. So therefore, from here, it's roughly the international border which starts. Now, the international border continues all the way over here. And as you go south further, south of Murid-ke, you're in the Punjab, later down, further down south, Rajasthan. So between Punjab and Rajasthan, 150 kilometers to the west is the target which has been struck in Bahawalpur. Now, as a result of all of this, and the key point is that there has been video evidence of these strikes. In the Balakot strikes, there was almost no video evidence which emerged. But there is credible video emerged of massive explosions taking place. In other words, the strikes did go through. India has released a statement saying that the strikes were effective, that they were precision strikes. They were meant to ensure that these did not escalate beyond a point. Now, what has since taken place is along the entire line of line of control, I should say, between India and Pakistan, right from the top, going down parts of the international boundary as well. There has been a very, very intense artillery shelling. The last I checked, that artillery shelling was still on. India has inflicted considerable damage on Pakistan across the line of control, but there have been at least 3 Indian civilians who have lost their lives. That has been officially confirmed as well. So that is an active situation that continues now. The big question that does need to be asked, is this going to continue? Will there be an escalation? If there is one, who does that? India or Pakistan? Where does this end, or is this just the start?
Okay, let's bring in Sunil Prabhu, who's joining us from the National Media Center. That's where the briefing will happen. Perhaps for clarity will emerge what was the nature of this Operation Sindoor. Remember, Sindoor, or the significance of that cannot be missed. It's the word which which stands for vermilion, which is certainly of significance to Indian women. Culturally as well, Hindu women particularly put on their head as a symbol of marriage. All those women who were widowed in Pahalgam and children who lost their fathers, they were separated from their spouses and separated from their fathers. So let's bring in Sunil Prabhu, who's joining us live. Sunil, details of Operation Sindoor will emerge at 10:30 a.m. That's where the first briefing will happen. It will be a tri-services briefing. Sunil, give us a sense of the preparation which is happening, and of course, the entire media contingent which is present.
So, Maria, just on that Sindoor thing, I mean, this is something that the Prime Minister himself chose in terms of a code name, very significant, as you said, the vermilion for women, Indian women in particular, and the fact that they targeted innocent men. Really, this is something that he wanted to restore in terms of honor. He's, of course, been monitoring the situation along with the National Security Advisor. As you can see, all the service chiefs' flags are here. The army, which had come in earlier in the day, earlier in the hours of the morning, still present, still speaking and doing the background checks to be ready. The Foreign Secretary of India, Mr. Vikram Misri, who's an old foreign security of India, one of India's top diplomats, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and the list carries on, is going to be briefing us along with hopefully.
Right, Sunil, I'm just going to interrupt you so that we can share a couple of important details which we've now got with us. These are details of the strike, and I'm going to move to the map. If I can just move across to the map to give our...
Let's first quickly just spell out
the number and locations
which
of
are coming
strikes. 24 precision strikes located across 9 locations. Let's have that map up so it actually shows all of the areas: Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Bahawalpur, Rawalkot, Chakswari, Bhimber, Neelam Valley, Jhelum, and Chakwal. These are the broad areas. Terrorist camps of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, the Jaish-e-Mohammed have been destroyed. Over 70 militants have been killed. More than 60 have been wounded. This is breaking news, and this is very important detail coming in. India believes that the ability of these terrorist groups to operate has been significantly deteriorated. At over 70 militants have been killed, terrorists have been killed, 60 have been wounded. The ability of these groups to operate successfully has suffered. Pakistan has officially confirmed at least 9 civilian deaths and 38 injuries. 2 individuals apparently are missing.
Very interestingly, Vishnu, it also summarizes that once again signifies as well that no Pakistani military facilities were hit as far as these strikes are concerned. Though Pakistan has been reporting at this moment 9 fatalities and 38 injuries on their side, but India in this report which has come in says over 70 militants have been neutralized as far as the strike is concerned. Meanwhile, in the international reaction section, it says UN and United States have called for refrain. Also, there is ongoing tension and military posturing, which intense artillery exchange along the Kashmir border. Pakistan and India are engaged in military drills and missile tests at this moment as we speak.
Yes.
These are very, very important details which are coming in.
In terms of location and locations of strike, I think it becomes important again. The 9 high-valued terrorist-linked locations are Muzaffarabad, as we have been reporting, Bahawalpur as well, Bimber, Neelam Valley, Jhelum, Chakwal, Rawalkot, and Kotli. These are the locations, and each of these locations had long been monitored by the Indian intelligence for harboring extremist elements. Functioning as an operational basis of facilitating terrorist movements is what the Indian Army says. And the selection of these targets reflected a sophisticated integration of satellite surveillance, human intelligence, and intercepted communication that identified specific buildings and compounds associated with Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. So it is with great precision that India has gone ahead.
Yes.
And the use of high accuracy standoff weapons ensured minimal collateral damage and surgical impact on intended targets.
Very interestingly, and Vishnu, you can also come in on this. I'm just reading the conclusion of this report because largely we have covered few parts, but importantly it says that this Operation Sindoor was more than a military response. It was a statement of strategic resolve. Through 24 precisely coordinated missile strike across 9 terrorist-linked locations, India demonstrated that it would no longer tolerate cross-border terrorism nor the complicity of state institutions that enable it.
That's right. So it is a statement of purpose, and that's absolutely clear. But I think in terms of operational details, a few have been revealed in this government document, which says that Operation Sindoor was remarkable for its expansive footprint and precision. The use of high-accuracy standoff weapons ensured minimum collateral damage. This is exactly the way we've been reporting it, and surgical impact on intended targets. Despite the extent of the operation, Indian defense officials emphasized that no Pakistani military installation was directly targeted, underscoring our effort to distinguish between anti-terror operations and full-scale military aggression. The operational timing was significant as well, and it was carried out effectively. So all of these point to precision strikes, with extremely advanced weapons, striking very, with accuracy, with minimal collateral damage. But there have been casualties both on the Indian and on the Pakistani side, not just as a result of the airstrikes itself, but also because of the artillery shelling that's been taking place. Let's go across to NDTV's Nazir Masoodi, who joins us at this stage. Nazir, what are some of the details that you're picking up?
Because of the Pakistani shelling, they have targeted both military and the civilians. And the worst brunt has been borne by the Poonch town and the Poonch area, Poonch district, the border areas. 10 civilians have been killed in Poonch and over 30 have been injured. And they are not just statistics, let me name all of them 10. Muhammad Adil, is Salim Hussain, Ruby Kaur, Muhammad Zain, just 10-year-old, Muhammad Akram, Amrik Singh, Ranjit Singh, Zoya Khan, Muhammad Rafi and Muhammad Iqbal. 45-year-old have been killed in Pakistani shelling. You can see India saying they have targeted targets. They are attacked terror targets, and no military site was targeted, and no civilian site was targeted. But you can see the shelling from across the border. We have seen from Tangdar to Keren and then Poonch Rajouri to international border. There have been huge loss of lives and the property because of the Pakistani shelling. There are reports there have been some aircrafts have been hit because of the Pakistani, missile attacks, and we are waiting for the confirmation. But there are reports of some loss. But it is a huge, huge tragedy which is unfolding in the border areas. 10 civilians have been killed in Poonch district alone, and more than 30 have been injured.
The statement which has been put out, the details which have emerged from the Indian Army, they are underscoring the point and trying to make that distinction that this was an anti-terror operation and very different from full-scale military aggression. They are trying to make that distinction, saying clearly that no Pakistani military installations were targeted, directly targeted to be specific, underscoring India's effort to distinguish between anti-terror operations and full-scale military aggression. And the operational timeline was swift. Important details here again. The operational timeline was swift. Within less than an hour, all missiles had struck their designated targets. The strikes were synchronized to avoid detection and maximize the element of surprise. Real-time footage from UAVs confirmed the destruction of target facilities, and the decision to target deep into Pakistani-administered territory was a departure from the prior doctrine and marked a new level of strategic assertiveness. And the 9 terrorist points that have been struck, the details of which have come in now, is Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Bahawalpur, Rawalkot, Chakswari, Bimber, Neelam Valley, Jhelum and Chakwal. What is the significance of all these areas? Muzaffarabad, Bahawalpur and Rawalkot we know. Vishnu, if you can elaborate particularly on Neelam Valley, Jhelum and Chakwal.
All right, so these are all areas very close to the line of control. Most of these are on the, opposite the line of control. We've seen a lot of artillery shelling recently over these areas. These are all areas where there have been incursions of terrorists as well, often. But we've got some news coming in, more details on what's taking place now. Let's go across to Aishwarya, who joins us. Aishwarya, there's some important meetings taking place now. Tell us about that.
Well, let me first quickly show you these visuals from the Ministry of Defense. As we've been told that important meetings taking place over here. These are high-level meetings as far as the officials are concerned. They have reached Ministry of Defense. It was earlier, the Defense Minister Rajnath Singh was briefed by the CDS and Rajnath Singh, we've been told, has left his residence, will be soon reaching 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be chairing the high-level meeting as well. The CCS, of course, the body that take care of the national security, and of course the full-fledged cabinet meeting that will be again chaired by Prime Minister. But certainly it is, of course, just before that, NSA Ajit Doval, who is at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg already. He's been constantly briefing Prime Minister about every update. The press conference being delayed by 30 minutes, that clearly had suggested that there are more operational details that needs to be pulled out from from these locations, and that are being gathered. And finally, at 10:30, what we will see is that press conference, a joint press conference, of course, by the Ministry of External Affairs and the Ministry of Defense. But as I mentioned, that senior officials have reached the Ministry of Defense as I was speaking, and high-level meetings are underway at the South Block as well.
All right, high-level meetings in the South Block. In 20 minutes from now, we expect a press conference to take place. I believe the Foreign Secretary, Vikram Mistry, will be addressing that press conference. There will be representatives, obviously, of the armed forces. There will be a senior officer of the Indian Air Force who will be involved as well in this. So that's the presence. All right, we've got Vasudha as well with us. Vasudha, the Prime Minister has kept track overnight of these operations. What else can you share with us?
Well, Vishnu, this is a big political moment for him, and also this is the Prime Minister showcasing his political will to take this through. Remember, Maria was also talking about how the Prime Minister, just 2 days after what happened in Pahalgam on 22nd of April, that brutal attack, spoke in Bihar, and he talked about how Pakistan will receive a befitting answer. When I spoke to my sources, they said that these precision strikes, the ones that you've been explaining about, are completely different in scale from what happened, from how India responded after Uri in 2016 and also after Pulwama in 2019, because these have been high precision strikes. They have been massive, 24 missile strikes, 9 specific locations, and also hitting out at the terror bases of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba, 2 important organizations, terror funding groups which have actually created a lot of terror attacks in India. And remember that civilian and military bases have not been attacked. India has used a very calibrated approach in this. It has been pushing for ruthless diplomatic moves in the last 12 days, which is why we saw India make those important moves at UNSC and also FATF, and also putting the IWT in abeyance. But kinetic options were always on the table, and India knows that with the kind of global stature it has and with the kind of message that it wants to give out to Pakistan, kinetic options are important. Hence, these military strikes have taken place. In a short while from now, after the press conference by MEA and of course the army officials, the CCS will meet at the Prime Minister's residence, and I come to you just outside the Prime Minister's residence. The first cabinet meeting is also going to take place. Remember, there's a domestic narrative, there's a domestic situation that also needs to be managed in terms of flights, logistics, a lot of other things, preparing the country's civilians for what is to be expected next, the kind of threats and also hostilities that can be expected from Pakistan, because my sources tell me that India is prepared for retaliation from Pakistan. So the Prime Minister will be meeting his ministers, his Council of Ministers, his cabinet very soon. And of course, towards the later part of the day, there can be some announcement on an all-party meeting as well, because the Prime Minister he's making sure that there is a sense of unified voice that comes out on this from the political class of this country.
All right, so in just about 15 minutes from now, that press conference, Omar Abdullah speaking, let's listen in.
Civilians in Pahalgam. It was expected that India would use its right to respond in an appropriate and proportional way. I think Government of India, the Indian Defence Forces have gone out of their way to ensure that no military and civilian targets were hit in Pakistan. They have only hit terror bases and launch pads. Unfortunately, the response has been anything but proportionate. Pakistan, as reports are coming in, has gone out of its way to target civilian populations. So I've just had a video conference with all the district collectors along the border and the line of control. I've taken stock of the situation, and we're dealing with the situation as it develops.
So there are reports of people injured in Poonch and Uri.
There are some reports of casualties. Unfortunately, in Poonch, there are some reports of injuries. I won't get into specifics, but as I said, I've spoken to, in spite of the ongoing shelling in Poonch, DC Poonch was able to come onto the video conference. I was able to take an assessment from him, take stock of the position in the hospital, particularly with regard to blood supplies and other essentials. We are moving more ambulances to the forward areas. At the moment, we can't do much more because shelling is ongoing. But we are keeping totally sort of abreast of the situation. And as it develops, our response will also be tailored accordingly. In the meantime, I have asked the Finance Department to release a contingency fund to all the DCs of Jammu and Kashmir, but with an additional amount to the DCs along the border and the line of control for any exigency that will arise in the current situation.
So Pakistan is claiming that their civilians...
Us at this stage, Ambassador Dogra, thank you very much for being with us. Pakistan hit us with a terrorist attack. India has responded. What is the play from here onwards?
Well, India has responded, yes, and it was also expected that Pakistan would respond to India's response. And as Mr. Omar Abdullah has indicated, there has been Pakistani response. which does not mean that Indian army has not responded in equal measure and perhaps with greater force. And I'm sure that would be the case. So Pakistan is not an easy nation to handle, and Pakistan's army is the most unruly and difficult force to tackle. So we have to be prepared for some unexpected surprises from Pakistan, and I think that is how it is going to be in the coming hours, and hopefully not more than many days to come. But it is a difficult situation. The important thing is, I think here I want to stress one point, that there was some kind of an sort of noises being made in India that, since 22nd April, there's been no retribution, there's been no action. So there was some pressure on the Indian government as well that do something. So Indian government has done something after taking international opinion makers into view. And this is important because that is why Trump responded immediately. Some people are giving extra emphasis to his centuries-old conflict and so on, but that is the Trumpian style. He doesn't care for facts. What he said was that terror must be crushed. That is important. Second, Prime Minister had taken the Qatari Amir into confidence yesterday. And that again was important on a day when OIC was passing its usual resolution. Because Qatar has been host to Hamas, Qatar has been host to Taliban, and Qatar has some links with some other elements in Pakistan. So Qatar came out with a very forthright and forceful statement against terror. So preparations were on for some days. Naturally, it was not possible for government to share everything with the public. Now, one thing we must bear in mind is that Pakistan, successfully or unsuccessfully, is an overdrive with the international media, be it the media in UK or USA. Its ministers have been busy burning the wires since late yesterday night.
Yes.
So we must also tackle that part of the show as we have tackled the preparations for the strike today night.
I think, Ambassador, the fact that it will be Vikram Misri, who is the Foreign Secretary, who will be briefing the media, is an indication enough as to how India is looking at it, whether it will be indeed this Operation Sindoor will be a deterrent or will it be a spark for future confrontation is the big question that is before India at the moment. But the fact that National Security Advisor Ajit Doval spoke to his counterpart, India has also briefed UK, US, UAE, Russia is an indication of how it is willing to take its allies along in this counter terror fight.
Yes, Maria, you're right. In fact, that is what I emphasize, that India has taken care to take along its friends, allies, sympathizers, and like-minded countries on the issue of terror and terrorism. The fact that Vikram Misri, who's a very capable officer, is addressing the press conference is itself a message to the world of what India had to do in order to confront terror, which has been bleeding India for the last 3 decades and more. So it's a good step by the government of India to ensure that it is a joint conference, as it happened during Kargil, and Vishnu should know very well. So Vikram Misri and supported by officers from MOD would be the right approach, and that is what government of India is taking.
Yes, so Vikram Misri was the one, in fact, Foreign Secretary was the one who briefed the press soon after, the first set of diplomatic offensive were announced, which included the Indus Water Treaty being put on hold. And now it will be Foreign Secretary along with, the officers from Indian Army and Indian Air Force, Vishnu, who will be briefing the press.
Yeah, there'll be an Army officer, an Air Force officer as well. Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, very much the right person in a situation like this.
Yes.
Because in as much as we're talking about the military strikes, It needs to be contextualized in the overall dimension of India's international relations, the signals we are sending, our fight against terrorism, and perhaps he's best placed to make this statement. I just think it's important to tell our viewers that this may not be done yet. What do I mean by that? We just need to wait and see. There's an announcement. Let's listen.
Yeah, let's go across.
Let's cut across to it.
The event would start at 10:25. I'm sure by now most of us would have read the media invite, and it clearly says, and I repeat for that thing, just for a matter of fact, I repeat it. It clearly states that this is a press brief. As of now, in this press brief, no questions will be taken. So I request you, please adhere to it. And 10:25 we start. Request to please settle down. Thank you.
The breaking news before the breaking news comes in is that there will be no questions taken.
And this is exactly what we were talking early in the morning. Hopefully,
and this is disappointing. And I think that there are questions which are being asked, and these are valid questions. And these questions are being asked because exactly there is intense misinformation that has been taking place. Pakistan has owned this disinformation space. Therefore, the need for clarifications and questions is important. We did not do this after Blackout. We needed to have done this today. This statement hopefully will be extensive and answers all queries. We will know in a little while.
Meanwhile, another important information coming in. Chief of Defence Staff has met the Raksha Mantri. Defence Minister has met the CDS, and of course remember that this would be specifically with respect to what is happening and at this moment the options and how India is preparing itself for any kind of escalation. We are seeing one part of that escalation already at the line of control and the international border along Jammu and Kashmir, but for any other escalation that Pakistan could indulge in, of course these are very significant meetings which are taking place in the national capital. All right, Shiv is all right, Shiv has sent us this report because remember he is in Srinagar and he's been moving at this moment. While we are waiting for the couple of minutes before this briefing starts of Operation Sindoor, let's take a look at this report sent by Shiv.
It's been hours since Operation Sindoor took place. It is the biggest Indian non-war military strike in depth into Pakistan. As NDTV has been reporting since 2 a.m., minutes after the Indian Army announced it, 9 separate targets, which include seminaries, madrasas, schools, etc., belonging to terrorist organizations, including the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Muridke, the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur, and the Hizbul Mujahideen in Mehmoon cantonment areas have all been targeted. These are all terrorist infrastructure. These are all headquarters and governing bodies of these terrorist groups targeting India, and is seen as the biggest retaliatory response by the Indian military so far. Now remember that Operation Sindoor has only completed phase 1. There is a huge escalation that's currently on the line of control. Huge heavy artillery fires taking place in the Kupwara sector as well as south of the Pir Panjal in the Rajouri, Poonch and Bhimbar Gali sectors where the Pakistan Air Force has resorted to heavy artillery firing. The Indian Army obviously is firing back. There are reports of quite a bit of damage on the Indian side in Kupwara. There are some civilian deaths that have been reported, at least 3 of them in the Poonch Rajouri sector. We can confirm also through our sources in the army that extensive damage has happened on the Pakistani side.
You can see 3 chairs now inside the National Media Center. That's where the briefing of Operation Sindoor will happen. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri will be leading this entire briefing along with the Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and Lieutenant Colonel Sofia Qureshi. The message will come in from the government. It will be a statement which will be read out, highlights of which is now available with the media, which talks about 24 missile strikes across 9 locations, which includes 4 in Pakistan and 5 in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. So targets which included, which were terror pads of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed, and no Pakistani military facilities were hit, has been the briefing which has come in from the Indian Army. Indian Army going ahead and giving more details in terms of how it all played out and how it happened in a matter of less than an hour. A synchronized strike which happened within less than an hour. All missiles had struck their designated targets. The strikes were synchronized to avoid detection and management of surprise, and real-time footage from UAVs confirmed the destruction of target facilities. But the Prime Minister had been monitoring this entire Operation Sindoor through the night. He was up. He was giving all the details of it he was giving all the details, getting all the details from the National Security Advisor. The selection of intercepted communication that identified specific buildings and compounds associated with groups like Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. The details from the Indian Army also suggest that it was the integrated functioning of satellite surveillance, human intelligence, and intercepted communication. And unlike past response that were often limited in scale and scope, Operation Sindoor was remarkable for its expansive footprint and precision, and the use of high accuracy standoff weapons ensured minimal collateral damage and surgical impact on intended targets. So that briefing by the government going to begin any moment now.
This is going to be the first official briefing as far as the government of India is concerned. We have been continuously saying that there are going to be two officers from the Indian Air Force and the Army, along with the Foreign Secretary, who are going to...
Let me just jump in here, if I can, Ankit, for a little bit. As we wait for this press conference to take place, I think the key point over here is that there is a lot that needs to be explained over here. We do know about the impact of the terror strikes which have taken place. There will be a lot of question marks about what's taking place along the line of control and the international border. There will be a lot which people want to know about the nature of the air battle which is reported to have taken place. There's a great deal of disinformation which Pakistan has been putting out. There have been some clarifications which have been issued. I think the larger issue at this juncture would be what happens next. Is this where India intends to end this? There is also the possibility of a further Pakistani response. Pakistan, to the best of our knowledge, and this is something again we'll be looking out for, hasn't attempted to strike or any targets within India. Is that something that they would want to do, or are they planning to do that? That's something that the Indian forces would be alert for. I would guess that at this juncture the Indian Air Force would be very heavily deployed. Remember, in 2019, a day after the Blackout strikes, when we saw some of the most intense air battles which had been fought between India and Pakistan since the 1971 war. Abhinandan went down. He was captured by Pakistani forces on that occasion, but Pakistani forces did try to hit a military target in Rajouri, but were unsuccessful. At this juncture, we do believe that there has been some sort of air exchange, the nature of which we do not know at this stage. What happens next, we're going to have to try and find out. What we can say is that there is video evidence, unequivocal proof of India having struck these terror targets. There are 9 of them. The deepest one is in Bahawalpur, 150 kilometers inside Pakistan, opposite Punjab and Rajasthan. Several other camps, approximately 20 to 25 kilometers across the line of control. So that press conference being addressed by Vikram Mistry, the Foreign Secretary of India, scheduled to begin anytime now.
Along with Lieutenant Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, who will be joining the Foreign Secretary for this briefing. Very clearly, just any moment now it is going to start. You can see the logo and of the Government of India with Operation Sindoor. So this briefing is going to be the first time that we hear about this operation officially from the Government of India, apart from that, a brief press release which was put across by the Ministry of Defense right at 1:44 a.m. This morning, as the world woke up to India hitting back and avenging what had happened in Pahalgam. There is a lot which is happening at this moment. Situation is still very, very hot, ladies and gentlemen, as far as the line of control and the international border in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. That is where Pakistan has chosen to retaliate. Civilian areas on the Indian side are being targeted by the Pakistani artillery and is being responded to by the Indian security forces. And what we have learned also is that heavy damage has been inflicted on the Pakistani army. All right.
News just coming in that Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has now reached 7 LKM, Prime Minister Modi's residence, and that's where the Prime Minister has been monitoring this entire developing situation since late last night. He has been constantly briefed by the CDS, that is the Chief of Defense Staff, and also by the National Security Advisor. What we can tell our viewers is that this briefing, which is being held in the National Media Center, is going to begin any moment now. The presence of the Foreign Secretary becomes important. Remember, he was the one who briefed the press soon After India carried out its diplomatic offensive. And now it is important for India to ensure that its allies in the global sphere, allies are on board as India tells the world what really happened with regards to Operation Sindoor, a powerful, a significant message which has been sent to Pakistan with all kind of, as it continued to sustain and support cross-border terrorism.
All right, so that international dimension is critical. The fact that the Foreign Secretary is going to be addressing the press conference means that he will be referring to that in this, while by and large there have been voices of concern from several countries, including the United States. There have been two messages, one from Turkey and one from China, which India would have expected but are unfortunate. Turkey has backed Pakistan entirely. Turkey is an ally now, or a friend of Pakistan's. They've been arming Pakistan as well. That's a cause of huge concern.
Vishnu, let's just very quickly go across to our colleague Vasudha Venugopal as we are waiting for this press conference to begin. Vasudha is at the Prime Minister's residence at the 7 LKM. Let me very quickly, Vasudha, as we are learning, the Defense Minister has reached Prime Minister's residence. Very, very important with all that is happening at this moment.
Absolutely, Ankit. And what I understand is that I can see his car right here. He just reached about 8 minutes ago, and then it's important that to know that Rajnath Singh, the Defense Minister, the Raksha Mantri, also met the chiefs of the armed forces before the strikes began. That's what sources are telling NDTV. And more importantly, this meeting comes just before the country is sort of briefed, country is told about what really happened. There's going to be that important press conference by MEA and also the officials from the armed forces. So this is an important thing, and it will have a lot of ramifications, geopolitical ramifications, and also, how is India preparing for the, for the retaliation that is likely to happen. So clearly, an important meeting with Rajnath Singh.
All right, the Foreign Secretary Vikram Mistry over there. Let's just listen in.
नमस्कार। इस ब्रीफिंग में शामिल होने के लिए आप सभी का धन्यवाद। जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, 22 अप्रैल 2025 को लश्कर तैयबा से संबंधित पाकिस्तानी और पाकिस्तान प्रशिक्षित आतंकवादियों ने भारत में जम्मू और कश्मीर के पहलगाम में भारतीय पर्यटकों पर बर्बरतापूर्ण हमला किया। 25 भारतीयों और एक नेपाली नागरिक को कायरतापूर्ण मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया। मुंबई के 26 नवंबर 2008 के हमलों के बाद ये भारत में हुई किसी आतंकवादी हमले में मारे गए आम नागरिकों की संख्या की दृष्टि से सबसे गंभीर घटना है। पहलगाम का हमला अत्यधिक बर्बरतापूर्ण था, जिसमें वहां मौजूद लोगों को करीब से और उनके परिवारों के सामने सिर पर गोली मारी गई। हत्या के इस तरीके से परिवार के सदस्यों को जानबूझकर आघात पहुंचाया गया। साथ ही उन्हें यह नसीहत भी दी गई कि वे वापस जाकर इस संदेश को पहुंचा दें। यह हमला स्पष्ट रूप से जम्मू और कश्मीर में बहाल हो रही सामान्य स्थिति को बाधित करने के उद्देश्य से किया गया था। चूंकि पर्यटन फिर से अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार बन रहा था, इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसे प्रतिकूल रूप से प्रभावित करना था। पिछले वर्ष आप सभी जानते हैं 2.25 करोड़ से अधिक पर्यटक कश्मीर आए थे। इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसलिए संभवतः यह था कि इस संघ राज्य क्षेत्र में विकास और प्रगति को नुकसान पहुंचाकर इसे पिछड़ा बनाए रखा जाए और पाकिस्तान से लगातार होने वाले सीमा पार आतंकवाद के लिए उपजाऊ जमीन बनाने में सहायता की जाए। हमले का यह तरीका जम्मू और कश्मीर और शेष राष्ट्र दोनों में सांप्रदायिक दंगे भड़काने के उद्देश्य से भी प्रेरित था। इसका श्रेय सरकार और भारत के सभी नागरिकों को दिया जाना चाहिए कि इन प्रयासों को विफल कर दिया गया। एक समूह ने खुद को रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट TRF कहते हुए इस हमले की जिम्मेदारी ली है। यह समूह संयुक्त राष्ट्र द्वारा प्रतिबंधित पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी समूह लश्कर तैयबा से जुड़ा हुआ है। यह उल्लेखनीय है कि भारत ने मई और नवंबर 2024 में संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 1267 कमेटी की सैंक्शंस मॉनिटरिंग टीम को अर्धवार्षिक रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत की थी, जिसमें TRF के बारे में साफ इनपुट दिए गए थे। इससे पाकिस्तान स्थित आतंकवादी समूहों के लिए कवर के रूप में TRF की भूमिका सामने आई थी। इससे पहले भी दिसंबर 2023 में भारत ने इस टीम को लश्कर तैयबा और जैश ए मोहम्मद के बारे में सूचित किया था, जो TRF जैसे छोटे आतंकवादी समूहों के माध्यम से अपनी गतिविधियों को संचालित कर रहे हैं। इस संबंध में 25 अप्रैल को UN सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल प्रेस वक्तव्य में TRF के संदर्भ को हटाने के लिए पाकिस्तान के दबाव पर भी ध्यान दिया जाना चाहिए। पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले की जांच से पाकिस्तान के साथ आतंकवादियों के संपर्क उजागर हुए हैं। रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट द्वारा किए गए दावे और लश्कर तैयबा से ज्ञात सोशल मीडिया हैंडल द्वारा इसको रीपोस्ट किया जाना इसकी पुष्टि करता है। चश्मदीद गवाहों और विभिन्न जांच एजेंसियों को उपलब्ध अन्य सूचनाओं के आधार पर हमलावरों की पहचान भी हुई है। हमारी इंटेलिजेंस ने इस टीम के योजनाकारों और उनके समर्थकों की जानकारी जुटाई है। इस हमले की रूपरेखा भारत में सीमा पार आतंकवाद को अंजाम देने के पाकिस्तान के लंबे ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड से भी जुड़ी हुई है, जिसके लिखित और स्पष्ट दस्तावेज उपलब्ध हैं। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में आतंकवादियों के लिए एक शरण स्थल के रूप में पहचान बना चुका है। यहां अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर प्रतिबंधित आतंकवादी सजा पाने से बचे रहते हैं। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान ने इस मुद्दे पर विश्व और फाइनेंशियल एक्शन टास्क फोर्स जैसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों को जानबूझकर गुमराह करने के लिए भी जाना जाता है। साजिद मीर का मामला, जिसमें इस आतंकवादी को पाकिस्तान ने मृत घोषित कर दिया था और फिर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दबाव के परिणाम स्वरूप वो जीवित पाया गया, इसका सबसे स्पष्ट उदाहरण है। ये स्वाभाविक है कि पहलगाम में हुए इस हमले से जम्मू और कश्मीर के साथ साथ भारत के अन्य भागों में भी आक्रोश देखा गया। हमलों के बाद भारत सरकार ने स्वाभाविक रूप से पाकिस्तान के साथ संबंधों को लेकर कुछ कदम उठाए। आप सभी उन निर्णयों से अवगत हैं जिसकी घोषणा 23 अप्रैल को की गई थी। तथापि ये आवश्यक समझा गया कि 22 अप्रैल के हमले के अपराधियों और उनके योजनाकारों को न्याय के कटघरे में लाया जाए। हमलों के एक पखवाड़े के बाद भी पाकिस्तान द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र या अपने नियंत्रण वाले क्षेत्रों में आतंकवादियों की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के विरुद्ध कार्रवाई करने के लिए कोई स्पष्ट कदम नहीं उठाया गया है। उल्टे वो इनकार करने और आरोप लगाने में ही लिप्त रहा है। पाकिस्तान आधारित आतंकवादी मॉड्यूल्स पर हमारी खुफिया निगरानी ने संकेत दिया है कि भारत के विरुद्ध आगे भी हमले हो सकते हैं। अतः इनको रोकना और इनसे निपटना दोनों को बेहद आवश्यक समझा गया। आज सुबह, जैसा कि आपको ज्ञात होगा, भारत ने इस तरह के सीमा पार हमलों का जवाब देने और उन्हें रोकने तथा उनका प्रतिरोध करने के अपने अधिकार का प्रयोग किया है। ये कार्यवाही नपीतुली, नॉन एस्केलेटरी, आनुपातिक और जिम्मेदारीपूर्ण है। ये आतंकवाद की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को समाप्त करने और भारत में भेजे जाने वाले संभावित आतंकवादियों को अक्षम बनाने पर केंद्रित है। आपको यह भी स्मरण होगा कि 25 अप्रैल 2025 को संयुक्त राष्ट्र सुरक्षा परिषद ने पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले पर एक प्रेस वक्तव्य जारी किया था, जिसमें आतंकवाद के इस निंदनीय कार्य के अपराधियों, आयोजकों, फाइनेंसरों और प्रायोजकों को जवाबदेह ठहराने और उन्हें न्याय के दायरे में लाने की आवश्यकता पर जोर दिया गया था। भारत की आज की इस कार्रवाई को इसी संदर्भ में देखा जाना चाहिए। Good morning. Thank you all for joining this briefing. As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. The calculation, presumably, was that harming growth and development in the Union Territory would help keep it backward and create fertile ground for continued cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. The manner of the attack was also driven by an objective of provoking communal discord, both in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of the nation. It is to the credit of the government and the people of India that these designs were foiled. A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN-proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier too, in December 2023, India had informed the monitoring team about Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed operating through small terror groups such as the TRF. Pakistan's pressure to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement is notable in this regard. Investigations into the Pahalgam terror attack have brought out the communication notes of terrorists in and to Pakistan, the claims made by the Resistance Front and their reposting by known social media handles of the Lashkar-e-Taiba speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other information available to law enforcement agencies has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terror in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead, and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. Joining me for this briefing on our actions earlier this morning are Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. I will request them to share some details regarding Operation Sindoor with all of you.
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके, और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे।
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. This was done with due diligence, and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
POJK के टारगेट मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी। सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि POJK के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है। यह एक लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था। सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश-ए-मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का बेस था, जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिम्बर, यह LOC से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, IED व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कटवा के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर IB से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। ये कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। टारगेट 10 हुआ है सर अभी। टारगेट 10 हुआ, एंक्लोजर सेम ही है। 7 इट इज हिट द टारगेट। हाँ हाँ। आ गया सर इम्पैक्ट।
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर, ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहाँ आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूँ कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you. A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate the situation. Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends in the media, I ask your indulgence today in view of the fact that this is still an evolving situation. We will therefore not be able to take questions and answers today, but we will come back for more updates and more briefings shortly. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning. Thank you. Jai Hind.
All right, so this is the big breaking news coming in right now. The government has held its press conference after the strikes on Pakistan. There have been several strikes which have taken place after the Pahalgam terror attack. The strikes took place between 1:05 a.m. in the morning and 1:30 in the morning. Operation Sindoor, terror infrastructure was struck, launch pads were struck, the targets were selected with due diligence. As you can see, and very, very significantly, what the government has released over here is actual video of the targets being hit. Multiple targets, a Lashkar-e-Toiba training camp, Savai Nala, targets in Muzaffarabad and Kotli. Niche weapons were used, specific buildings were struck, all targets neutralized. Restraint was shown in India's response. India is fully prepared to respond to anything that Pakistan does right now. That's the message. There was a colonel, there was a wing commander, and there was the Foreign Secretary of India. No questions were taken at that press conference, but there was an indicator that in press conferences in the future, more answers would be given. Just a few more details before I go across to Maria, who's also tracking this closely. This followed the Pahalgam terror attack where 26 were killed. This was the worst attack on civilians since 26/11. The terrorists were executed through headshots. This was an attempt to hit tourism, an attempt to spread communal strife. Lashkar Front was involved in this, and only denials from Pakistan were received over the last few days. India's response, therefore, was measured, responsible, non-escalatory, I should say, is how this was characterized. Once again, the attacks took place between 1:05 a.m. and 1:30 a.m. Maria.
Yes, and Vikram Mistry there, the Foreign Secretary, saying that in these 15 days, because India carried out these strikes against Pakistan terror camps only after 15 days. So he said clearly that there was no demonstrable action by Pakistan, only denials had come in, and these strikes were non-escalatory in nature, and Indian armed forces are also prepared to respond in case of any kind of retaliation which may come in from Pakistan. But these visual proofs, the video proofs which have come in, become particularly important, and we will be joined by our reporters in just a bit. But the significance cannot be missed. The important highlights is of this detailed press conference, the briefing which came in from the National Media Center here in the National Capital. It was a coordinated launch of 24 missile strikes, which actually targeted 9 high-value terrorist-linked locations. And even as we speak, even as this press conference has just concluded, there is a high-powered meeting which has begun at the Prime Minister's residence. Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and other senior party leaders are meeting the Prime Minister even as we speak. Aishwarya is joining us live. Aishwarya, this huddle has begun, and India has now released proof of that strike which happened, which was carried out in those 25 minutes. 25 minutes is all it took, and in those 25 minutes, 9 terror camps completely destroyed.
Aishwarya, just before I come across to you, we come across to you, I just think, Maria, it is so important to reflect that video was actually released. Remember, after Balakot, video was not released. Multiple videos indicating that all of these strikes were under monitoring by drones, and they were filmed as the weapons went in. In one case, I could see a weapon being dropped from what appeared to be a drone or a suicide drone. We do know that these were used as well. The videos proving India's case, we hit Pakistan and we hit them hard.
Yes, 9 terror camps completely destroyed, and the significance of each and every terror camp explained in details by the Indian Armed Forces, talking about their significance and their role in multiple terror strikes which have happened in the past. Sunil Prabhu is joining us as well. Sunil, the significance and I would say the point that is being made here of the video proof being released by India.
You're absolutely right, Maria. First of all, the symbolism. 2 women officers, Colonel Sophia and Wing Commander Singh, backed along with the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri to give the background. And we have seen a number of briefings, but this is the first time in independent India that we are seeing the operations so clear. They have given every possible detail, the videos, the targets from the command and control center of showing where they have attacked, the significance of why they're doing it, who are these camps, where are they, who are the people who have been supporting, and where there have been terror being struck, where are the camps, for example, where David Headley was trained and others along with them. And it's in that backdrop that those targets were chosen, and the way that they've used with precision to ensure that they are able to succeed in their mission. So a lot of frankness, a lot of very clear details, very well prepared by the Indian Armed Forces and the Ministry of External Affairs to really give us, and as the Foreign Secretary explained very categorically, this is an evolving situation. At this present juncture, we cannot take questions, but we will definitely be back with more briefings and updates. This is a fluid, this is a diplomatic, this is a tense situation, and really everybody will have to watch very carefully as we see and wait to see how
And I think
things
what Sunil,
pan out in the next few
the
hours
Foreign
and
Secretary
days.
said as he concluded that press conference was that the situation remains fluid, which is why they don't want to take questions right now. That points to what we've been saying all along. This is not over and done with. There could be a lot more. Whether Pakistan chooses to escalate further is something that really Pakistan needs to decide. As far as India is concerned, in our press statement as well, it was mentioned that the targets which were picked were non-escalatory. There was a sense that we were sending a message that has been reiterated. There has been a lot which has taken place since then, including very heavy artillery strikes along the line of control and on the international border as well. But whether Pakistan comes back to try and hit ground targets in India or not, at this juncture, we do not know. But I think, and this is the point I will repeat before we go across to Aishwarya, is that release of video footage, something which was missing during both the surgical strikes and during the Balakot strikes, is very, very important on this particular occasion, because it makes India's point that if you come and hit us with terrorism, we will hit you with missiles and bombs.
That's right. And the extent of this entire operation becomes significant because India reiterating that there was no Pakistani military installations which were directly targeted. Aishwarya is joining us. Aishwarya, even as this briefing ended, there is an important huddle which is happening at 7 LKM. Give us the details, who all have arrived.
Well,
Ash, if you heard me.
Briefing giving each and every minute detail of well, yes, after that important press conference and putting out each and every minute detail of how the Operation Sindoor was operationalized, it is all-important meeting, the CCS that has started at Prime Minister's residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We've been told Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, the part of the CCS have all arrived, and CCS has begun at the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. That will be followed by the full-fledged cabinet meeting. But of course, it would be the cabinet ministers also who would be briefed by the government about the operation that India had staged along with the line of control in the POK or in Pakistan. But remember what Wing Commander stated while concluding the statement that she gave. She stated that if any misadventure by Pakistan, that will be dealt accordingly. And certainly that was a point that India clearly made, that if retaliation happen, India is well prepared for it. And also clarifying from that press conference that there was no civilian that were injured or even had been neutralized by this attack. So clearly, you know, a press conference which had given proofs to the entire world that has shown the intention of those terror outfits, the hub of the terror outfits being destroyed by India, and that's the kind of response that India had give.
All right, we're going to be playing out that entire video in just a couple of minutes from now, that entire briefing. We'll play it out for the benefit of our viewers who haven't had a chance to see that. Shiv Arur joins us as well, as does my colleague Nikunj Garg. Nikunj, let me come to you first. The broader sort of statement message over here, to me, seems to be quite clear. If you hit us with terrorism, this is how far we can go. These were not shallow strikes. These were deep strikes.
Absolutely. And I think Foreign Secretary summed it up when he said that the perpetrators of terror are in Pakistan. Pakistan is a state sponsor of terror. And we retain the capability to strike deep within Pakistan. And these strikes are non-escalatory in nature. That's a point he's trying to emphasize upon. Yeah. So my whole sense in this out of this entire exercise is that Government of India has displayed to Pakistan that any act of terror on Indian soil will have increasing costs. The costs will increase. Yeah. In the past, what we have done, this time, a lot more has been exacted from Pakistan. Pakistan can continue to shell certain positions that they have been trying to. We will come to those positions, that conversation later. However, the damage to the Pakistan's capability of carrying out terror operations and sheltering terror masterminds like Hafiz Saeed and Maulana Masood Azhar will be dented, will be hit, and a message will be delivered to the population of Pakistan that harboring terrorists has a cost, and that cost will be exacted every time Pakistan tries to cross a red line.
And Nikunj, that is the cost. You know, I mean, there has been all sorts of bizarre social media commentary coming out of Pakistan, all sorts of claims. But this is a Government of India official release to the entire world in black and white footage, because it's night, infrared vision, you know, backing up what we saw coming out of Pakistan earlier on. India giving the message, this is what we have done to you, right? That sends an extremely strong message.
Yes.
Absolutely.
You know, missing during the surgical strikes
Yeah.
and 2019. Balapur.
Absolutely. And also the whole thrust of that briefing by the military officers and the Foreign Secretary was that, look, we are not going to pull any punches in exposing to the world that you harbor a terror infrastructure that is deep inside the Pakistani territory. And that's where these strikes have been carried out. Till now, we were limiting ourselves to the areas near LOC, the launch pads, etc. This time, we have gone deep in, and this is, Vishnu, according to me, and probably you can dwell more on that, is a very, very deep message to Pakistani army too.
Yeah.
The Pakistani army has been told, look, when the heart of Pakistan, that is Punjab, is hit, and when that message is delivered loud and clear to the Pakistani army that any misadventure will have cost and will have tremendous cost that will be exacted out of you. You can think that you can carry out certain attacks on civilians and probably try to show to your population that you remain a fighting force. But for a fighting force to defend its honor will become increasingly difficult as India continues to exact a heavier and heavier cost, which probably will one day become unbearable for Pakistan.
Yes, in fact, let's listen in to this entire press briefing, the first which happened just a few minutes ago, where Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri briefed the press, briefed India and the world.
Good morning. Thank you all for joining this briefing. As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. The calculation, presumably, was that harming growth and development in the Union Territory would help keep it backward and create fertile ground for continued cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. The manner of the attack was also driven by an objective of provoking communal discord, both in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of the nation. It is to the credit of the government and the people of India that these designs were foiled. A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN-proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier too, in December 2023, India had informed the monitoring team about Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed operating through small terror groups such as the TRF. Pakistan's pressure to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement is notable in this regard. Investigations into the Pahalgam terror attack have brought out the communication notes of terrorists in and to Pakistan. The claims made by the Resistance Front and their reposting by known social media handles of the Lashkar-e-Taiba speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other information available to law enforcement agencies has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead, and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt, as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. Joining me for this briefing on our actions earlier this morning are Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. I will request them to share some details regarding Operation Sindoor with all of you.
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे.
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. This was done with due diligence, and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
POJK के टारगेट मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी. सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि POJK के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है. यह एक लश्कर तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था. 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम. इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था. सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है. यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था. गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था. लश्कर तौयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी पुंछ में सक्रिय था. 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था. बरनाला कैंप बिम्बर, ये LOC से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है. यहाँ पर हथियार, हैंडलिंग, IED व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था. अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है. लश्कर तौयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था. इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी. अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी. पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट. यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठवा के सामने. मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था. दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट. यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर IB से दूर था. हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था. यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था. पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था. मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह IB से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है. 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। टारगेट 10 हुआ है सर अभी। टारगेट 10 हुआ, एंक्लोजर सेम ही है। 7 इट इज हिट द टारगेट। हाँ हाँ। तीसरा आ गया सर इम्पैक्ट।
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहाँ आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूँ कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you. A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate this situation. Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh briefing the media with regards to Operation Sindoor, a briefing of this nature, which is certainly high on symbolism as well. Two women in uniform leading a mission named after Sindoor, which is vermilion, a mark of strength, sacrifice and Shakti. So the entire preparation of this briefing, again, very, very high, sending a message besides the operational details of what this Operation Sindoor was all about.
All right, well, though that's important in so many senses. We heard the Foreign Secretary Vikram Mistry speak. We then heard these two officers of the Army and the Air Force respectively speak. What was most significant is that this is for the first time since the Kargil war. And I know this, Nikunj and Maria, because I had actually broken, the shots of the Indian Air Force hitting Tiger Hill was an NDTV story back then. It's the first time since then that you've got video footage of strikes going in. This is very important, infrared footage, including from drones. Joining us now.
That's an answer to the skeptics also in so many ways. People who
they doubted Balakot.
Needless questions, on some sensitive operations.
Absolutely. General Bikram Singh, former Army Chief, joins us. Thanks so very much for being with us. Just the significance, General Singh, of India telling Pakistan, not only have we hit you, we're showcasing to the entire world video which shows us hitting you. What is the message there?
Jai Hind, firstly, to three of you and all your viewers. I think the right message has gone across to Pakistan. Firstly, let me compliment the decision makers of our country. At the apex level, the Honorable Prime Minister, under whose aegis we've had the whole of government approach dealing with Pakistan. And post the Pahalgam killings, I think the country has gone about in a very, very, I would say, well thought out strategy, national strategy, in which we have taken on Pakistan on all the fronts: economic, informational, political, diplomatic, and now, of course, last night we started off with the military operations. And I think the message that has gone across is loud and clear that we shall not accept. There is zero tolerance, firstly, to terrorism, and we shall not accept any terrorist activity being carried out or sponsored by Pakistan on our territory. I think that's a very loud and clear message that has gone across. And but along with this, I would like to also highlight that while we have, I heard the Foreign Secretary, he's called in terms of non-escalatory, action that we have taken. While it meets the connotation of jus ad bellum. Now, jus ad bellum is a concept that is followed while using force, using kinetic means. It is, last resort, chances of success, proportionality. So proportionality has been ensured. But the only point I would like to give out now is to everybody that let's not be complacent with regard to calling it non-escalatory. It will get escalated given the conditions, the dynamics in Pakistan, given the conditions under which the pressure that at the moment would be on the chief of the Pakistani army, on the terrorists, and they're going to leverage the potential of terrorists to take us on. Therefore, the risk management has got to be ensured at the strategic level, at the operational level, and at the tactical level. And I'm certain that our decision makers, the military, all elements of national power are totally geared up to deal with this. But the message has gone out loud and clear.
The message that is coming in from the Indian establishment certainly is also that there is no civilian infrastructure which has been targeted, no Pakistani military installation which were directly targeted. India has ensured minimal collateral damage, and it was known terror bases or known terror hotbeds which have been subject of Indian target. That's a message that is going to the world, that this is not against Pakistan, but the terror state that Pakistan has become.
Absolutely, Maria. I mean, this is another message that has gone across. And let me tell you, I didn't talk about it because the Indian military is a very responsive, accountable element of national power. It will go exactly as per the diktats of the Honorable Prime Minister and what the government has told it to do. Therefore, the operations have been calibrated, and we've used precision ammunitions. The strikes have been precision. The camps have been targeted while ensuring that there's no collateral damage, and that has been the hallmark of our operations throughout. That we have scrupulously stayed away from ensuring any collateral damage in our operations.
I want to ask you one specific question, which probably would be at the top of the mind of most of the population on both sides. And you are talking about an escalation. It is not as if Indian defenses would not be prepared for any kind of escalation, but do you think that Pakistani military planners would escalate this situation necessarily, knowing that the world is watching, that the world has put them on notice, that the United Nations Security Council, the top security body of the International Committee of Nations, has squarely blamed Pakistan and castigated them? Do you think they will still go ahead and plan for an escalation?
Yeah,
what does your military experience tell you, sir?
Right. You see, Nikunj, besides the military experience, firstly, I brought it out in my initial, my speech, my wording that, look, we are geared up. I'm certain that, when such operations are launched, there is risk management is ensured not only at the tactical level, but at the operational and also at the strategic level. And if you ask me, I can later on clarify to you what I mean by these, what all facets are going to come in these. But yes, with regard to your specific question, that will Pakistan do something? Yes, it will. I'll tell you why. The reason is that firstly, the statement that was made by the Pakistani chief, where virtually willy-nilly, indirectly, he threatened India, and he brought it out that how he was viewing India as an enemy, despite the various efforts that have gone in the past 10, 12 years to actually assuage the concerns and to ensure that, the situation is stabilized on the line of control and with Pakistan. But the statement that he gave, now he has to live up to it, number one. Number two, it's a state that lacks the compatible conventional war-fighting might. And therefore, it's going to resort to the sub-conventional, that is the asymmetric capability of terrorists being used against us. So what is going to happen is that he has to get back, do something. If it does not, he will lose his primacy in the environment. The famous term that is used, that is the Pakistani army that owns the nation, the only army of the world that owns the nation, to have its prima donna position in the environment, to pass the message to their allies like Turkey, for example, Bangladesh and others. They will come in with something or the other. It's not that they're going to keep quiet about it.
No, but so yes, therefore, sir, if we look at some of the options available to Pakistan, if it's a sub-conventional option, it means another terrorist strike. That's the last thing that they would like to send a message out on. Therefore, the possibility of airstrikes, similar to what we saw a day after the Balakot strikes of 2019, may well take place. Pakistan has not hit any so-called targets in India on our territory as yet. Is that a very likely possibility that we could see aerial encounters?
Well, Vishnu, firstly, let me compliment our intelligence agencies. I think they've been very precise in giving us the information. So is the military. All security agencies have done a wonderful job. But yes, they are going to definitely, there's going to be a fillip to the insurrectionists, to the proxy war activities in J&K along the line of control, and also certain other areas. And let me tell you, I won't be surprised if they start actually activating their sleeper cells in various parts of our country. Joining Nepal, where we know very well they've had their sleeper cells, Siliguri corridor, Bangladesh, from there to our 7 northeastern states. These kind of things you got to be careful about. And I'm certain, let's be very clear, as I told you earlier, we got very, very competent political leaders, military leaders who are leading this entire initiative. And they would have taken all measures. Risk management would have been ensured to the minutest, as far as the strategic, operational, and tactical risks are concerned. Yes, I feel that they will resort to maybe a limited airstrike. If they don't do it, then the chief of the Pakistani army is going to lose his stature in the environment.
All right, General Bikram Singh, thank you very much for joining us. But I think that word of caution, which you've sort of you mentioned, is very significant. General Singh, just before we leave you, one short question: what is the situation on the line of control, given the intense artillery shelling between India and Pakistan?
This, in fact, when I commanded my battalion, on the line of control, this used to be a daily affair. So our troops are absolutely, accustomed to this kind of firing, and we also are retaliating and firing back. Let me tell you, our defenses are robust. We have weapon systems with us which can neutralize the enemy, guns or missile sites from where they are firing. We have that, firstly, the will is there. Let me tell you this. The political will has throughout been there. The free hand has been given to the army, as the Honorable Prime Minister brought out. And you be rest assured, and the nation should be rest assured that things are going to be under control on the line of control.
All right, General Singh, thank you very much.
And we shall maintain the moral ascendancy.
All right, so thanks so much for sharing your thoughts. I think it is important. It's not done as yet, possibly. If Pakistan chooses to escalate, then there could be more strikes from their side. The Indian Air Force is fully defended, fully on defense at this stage, as is the Indian Army. There are hectic artillery duels now taking place on the line of control.
Point there, Vishnu. He says that the LC skirmishes, you shouldn't add too much.
We factored that in.
Yeah, a value to it, because he says that if you get drowned in the regular news or the regular noise that Pakistan creates, then you are only giving Pakistan that kind of additional leeway or importance, which is avoidable.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Let's bring in the reporters who are tracking the story from ground. We have Vasudha joining us from 7LKM, and Aishwarya is joining us from Vijay Chowk in the national capital. Coming to you, Vasudha, first, because that's where the crucial huddle of the ministers is happening with the Prime Minister. This is almost like a CCS taking place, so perhaps the cabinet will happen a little later. What can you tell us? Are we expecting another briefing by the government, or this is it for today?
Well, Maria, I'm standing right outside the Prime Minister's residence, and this is a place that saw a lot of action last night. The Prime Minister, like you know, in fact, we've all been reporting that he has been monitoring Operation Sindoor, since it started. It's a 25-minute high-precision strike that happened, and I'm told by my sources that Operation Sindoor, the name itself came from the Prime Minister, because this is not just a move against Pakistan. This is also a justice for a lot of Indian families, specifically for the women of this country. Many of them who lost husbands in this brutal attack in Pahalgam on 22nd of April. Sindoor is also something very symbolic to the Indian community. This is where the CCS meeting is going on. In fact, Rajnath Singh arrived here first, and he arrived here just 10-15 minutes before the press briefing began on Operation Sindoor. After that, it was Amit Shah, the Home Minister, who arrived. I'm told that Dr. S. Jaishankar, JP Nadda, everybody is still there, and the CCS meeting is on. After that, of course, the cabinet meeting will take place, and that is important because remember, there's a domestic situation that also needs to be managed. It's a domestic narrative. There are logistics that have to be planned because India is also planning to ensure that it has the right steps in order if a retaliation takes place. Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, put it out very clearly that this is about a proportionate, responsible, measured response that India has taken. It's all about attacking the terror bases which have been not just funding terror but also preparing terrorists to come and attack India. And this has been going on for 3 decades, is what Colonel Sofia Qureshi also said. And this time, like you rightly pointed out, the scale of this precision attack is much more than what happened in Uri in 2016 or what happened after Pulwama in 2019, because this time we also have visual evidence. So this time the country is also prepared to set this global discourse that India knows how to respond proportionately without really hitting out at civilians or, for that matter, even military installations, but hitting where it hurts the most, and also, something that serves justice to its own citizens.
Okay, let's go quickly across to Gurpreet Chinna, who joins us. Gurpreet, preparations in border areas, that's of concern right now, and that may well be, particularly, important at this juncture, since it's not yet clear if Pakistan intends to end things now. What's been happening around you?
Well, we are reporting from this border area of our district Firozpur, and right now we are standing in front of this civil administration office, SSP, Superintendent of Police, where we were trying to talk to the top officers of local administration. They are saying that what they have learned, advisory has already been issued to all the people in the various villages that they don't need to create any panic at this point of time. Some of the families, they have also met those who are trying to move from their village to nearby areas so that they will be able to save their families. But as of now, what we have learned, mock drill is already being prepared by the civil administration officers. At the same time, we have seen blackout had already happened in this specific area in district Firozpur a few days back, and they are also trying to analyze how they are going to guide the people if any warlike situation is going to be created. But as of now, we have seen the people of this border area, they have already stood by the country, the way they have already initiated this war against terrorism, and the way they have already taken action against those who are involved in Pahalgam terror attack. They say at this point of time, this is the right time, this is the need of the hour to uproot this terrorism from all over the world. The way we have seen a lot of lives have been sacrificed because of this terrorism which is growing and which is being trained from across the border. So as of now, if we can talk about the spirit of these border area people, they are, that is very high, and they are saying that whatever the country is going to take action against those who are involved in Pahalgam attack, these border area people will be stood by this. This is the same thing which we learned from the top officers of the civil administration. They are saying they have been in touch with the forces also. They are also guiding the people at this point of time. They are also trying to find out how they can get through these messages which should be given to the people so that no panic situation will be on the ground. So we have to wait and watch what strategy they are going to opt in the coming days. As of now, what we have seen, multiple meetings are being made at the local administration so that they will be able to totally in touch and support the country in this cause which they have already initiated action against this terrorism and this drive which has already been initiated by the Indian government, and we have seen the multiple action had already been taken across the border. Back to studio.
Let me now go to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, young man, another day of very hard work for you. Now getting hot outside. You keeping track of all the meetings there on the north and south block side of the New Delhi? Are the meetings in South Block still continuing? Are the defense brass still inside the South Block? Is Raksha Mantri at Prime Minister's residence, or is he back in the South Block? What are the status of the meetings on both on the Raisina Hill, both on the north and the south side? Do give us a detailed briefing.
Well, there has been a continuous movement of senior officials from both the Ministry of Defence as well as Ministry of Home Affairs. We are witnessing heavy movement out here at the Raisina Hills since morning. And of course, the Defence Minister and the CDS was here at the South Block just before the CCS started at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. The CDS briefed Defence Minister about the Operation Sindoor, and later Rajnath Singh left from Ministry of Defence. But still the hurdle is on as far as the officials from the Defence Ministry are concerned. But as far as Ministry of Home Affairs is concerned, a very important point to note in the press conference that was delivered, Vikram Mistry clearly stated that it was an attempt to end tourism in Jammu and Kashmir. I remember the document that was given by the Ministry of Home Affairs that it was a record high that was recorded as far as tourists going to Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. The infrastructural development that Jammu and Kashmir has seen in the last 1 or 2 years, and this attack on Indian tourists was a serious attempt to end tourism, to disrupt the infrastructure in Jammu and Kashmir, and the amount of money, the funding that was flowing from the government towards the Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir is something that needs to be impacted. The message was clear. According to the Foreign Secretary as well, the terrorists told the family members that go and send this message to the dispensation out in the national capital or your government. So clearly that was the trigger point that led to the smaller meetings after Pahalgam terror attack. We have been witnessing series of meetings happening in the national capital. Prime Minister was briefed on a daily basis, and finally, in alignment to that, a bigger action has unfolded. Currently, at both the ministries and North and South Block, the hurdle is on. Top officials have reached over here, and we are expecting that after the CCS and the full-fledged cabinet concludes, there would be more movement of the senior officials, and of course the ministers in charge would also come in at the Home Affairs or the Defence Ministry over here.
All right, a series of meetings are taking place in North and South Block and also at 7 LKM, which is the official residence of the Prime Minister. Through the night is what sources have been telling us, that Prime Minister has been monitoring this entire Operation Sindoor. Remember, the first tweet or official announcement came in from the Ministry of Defence, and then came the first announcement from Defence Minister Rajnath Singh himself. The second information came in from External Affairs Minister, who told the world that they should walk the talk when it comes to fighting against terrorism, and then it was Home Minister Amit Shah. There is a huddle of ministers which is happening presently. I can see Nazir Masoodi joining us. Nazir, we are told now, because of the heavy shelling which is happening along the LOC and international border, that several schools and other educational institutions have been shut. Could you give us the details, which sectors we are looking at?
Well, schools across all the border districts in Jammu and Kashmir have been shut for today. All the educational institutions, rather. Kashmir University has also postponed exams, and it is Jammu district, Kotwa district, Samba, Poonch, Rajouri, Baramulla, Kupara district, and also Gurez subdivision. Whereas all the schools and educational institutions have been shut as a precautionary measure. There's a huge damage to the property and the life along the line of control as Pakistan targeted civilian areas. Normally, no professional army in times of war targets civilian areas. But what we see here, innocent people becoming the victim and the target again. So people have suffered a great deal. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Umar Abdullah is holding an emergency meeting with the DCs of all the border districts to see what best possible help can be given to the people who have been affected by this Pakistani shelling. They resorted to artillery shelling. Army has responded in equal measure with artillery shelling. We all know, that there was a ceasefire violation over the last 12 days but last night was really hell for the people living along the borders. For last 2 weeks, people in Jammu and Kashmir were waiting when India is going to take that military action to avenge the killing of Pahalgam massacre, and so that which can deter and preempt. In fact, what army today said that these strikes were aimed to preempt any militant attacks and deter Pakistan to carry out any such attacks in future. That's what people are hoping, because in 2016 and 19, whether it was surgical strikes or air strikes on Balakot in 2019, it has temporarily halted terror activities. But when we saw again, what was more important, but in the briefing, what was said, that it was not just avenge these attacks, the Pahalgam massacre. Army actually showed us how were these terrorists were involved in the, for example, in 2023 massacre of people, attacks on the army, attack on the pilgrim bus last year in Riyasi, or recent attack on the encounter in Kutwa in which 4 policemen were killed. So even those terrorists who were involved in 26/11 Mumbai attack, the camps where they had taken the training, they all were targeted in 9 coordinated military strikes by India in Pakistan, which included Bahawalpur, well known for Maulana Masood Azhar's headquarters and his ideological base camp, Murdaki, which was earlier known as Jamiat Dawat Rashad, then transformed into the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Now it is operating in some other name. Then you see Muzaffarabad, Kotli, and other places which are known for hosting and training terrorists and militant leaders there.
What we can do at this stage, and Nazir, we will come back to you in just a little while from now, is just play out some of the important footage which we've had in the last little while. The footage on the top right-hand side of your screen is actually video footage from Pakistan, somebody's cell phone showing the attacks actually coming in. I believe this was from Bahawalpur. That's approximately 100, in fact more than that, across the international border between Rajasthan and Punjab. Let's also bring out some of the footage which the government has now released. That is very, very important footage, which clearly shows for the first time since the Kargil war with such clarity the strikes, the Indian strikes actually going through or going across. So let's have that video out, please, so that we can talk a little bit about that. That's on the left-hand side of your screen. Actual footage of the hits on the right-hand side of your screen. But focus for a little bit on what's happening on the left-hand side of your screen, because there you will see an Indian suicide drone actually making its way to a target. It could be a hammer missile as well, and moments before striking over there, it goes off. That's when it has actually hit its target. We are going to move to some other locations which the government has released in this press brief. This is of the camp in Bhimber. Now, this is interesting because this appears to be a bomblet which has been dropped from a loitering drone. And so you're going to see very soon the targeting which has taken place. You see that little bomblet which comes down, and you can see the strike on the right. So this is infrared footage from a drone which has taken place. This is Kotli Abbas. This is in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Again, a video showing a target being struck. This is that video. You can see very soon a hit taking place of a bomb. Now, if a bomb or a missile, it really depends on what was fired. It could be bombs or bomblets from drones. It could be short-range anti-surface missiles or air-to-surface missiles. Those are some of the areas on your screen which have been struck over there. There are 9 targets which have been struck, multiple camps, terror bases, and others which have gone down. So there's a lot of detail which is now coming up. We'll try and stick to this footage for another 30-40 seconds to try and show to our viewers this video evidence, because it's a message which proves, and the government would have been aware of the criticism which they received earlier on in 2019 when there was no footage of Balakot. This time around there is footage. It's sending a very strong message to Pakistan.
That's right. And this remains our top focus here on NDTV. We can tell our viewers that 24 missile strikes have happened across 9 locations in Pakistan, inside Pakistan, and also in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. No Pakistani military facilities were hit. The message from the Indian establishment is that there has been no demonstrable action by Pakistan in the last 15 days. There were only denials and allegations. These are non-escalatory targets and strike by India. Operation Sindoor was carried out in a matter of just 25 minutes between 1:05 and 1:30 a.m. And Indian Armed Forces is actually prepared for any response. India ensured minimum collateral damage. They had carried out this entire strike with great precision. The operation, as we have been saying, was, the targets were highlighted, and these were target and terror camps of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. These included trainers and logistic officers who had been operating with impunity in the relative safety of Pakistan-administered Kashmir territory, and intelligence assessments and post-operation indicated that key communication nodes were also taken out. Our reporters continue to track the story because there are a series of meetings that are taking place at 7 LKM, Prime Minister Modi's residence. In fact, now there is a special report which has been sent by Shivarur from Ground Zero. Let's listen in.
We've just arrived in Baramulla. We're making our way towards the line of control in the Uri sector. That lies just a few kilometers ahead from here when we'll be reaching Uri. Now, obviously, the Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, and the two lady officers from the Army and the Air Force have provided an extensive briefing on what we already know. They talked about the targets that have been attacked. They've provided, very importantly, they've provided imaging video footage of the actual strikes, which adds a visual layer to Operation Sindoor, which was not there, at least thus far. But the missing pieces that are still there, because this is an evolving situation and the press conference wasn't able to take any questions, is probably because there is still a fog of war. A lot of information is still being corroborated and verified at this time, including casualties along the line of control on the Pakistan side, some on the Indian side as well. Information about fighter aircraft on both sides having been shot down, and the details of the escalation on the line of control, especially in Rajouri, Poonch, where the artillery shelling is heaviest at this point of time, and in Kupwara sector of North Kashmir, which is just north of where I'm standing right now in Baramulla district. We'll be reaching Uri in a very short while from now, where we will hopefully get a first-hand view of what this escalation is actually looking like. Suffice it to say that the two big points made by the Foreign Secretary were A, that these strikes were punitive in nature and preemptory in nature, trying to stop further attacks from these Pakistani terror camps. And the second point is that India reserves the right to escalate right back at Pakistan should it indulge in any misadventure. Those are the exact words. We're in Baramulla. We'll be reporting next from LOC in Uri. That's the update at this time.
Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has also spoken out. Let's listen in.
I think Government of India, the Indian Defence Forces have gone out of their way to ensure that no military and civilian targets were hit in Pakistan. They have only hit terror bases and launch pads. Unfortunately, the response has been anything but proportionate. We are in this situation because of them. If they had not targeted our innocent civilians in Pahalgam, we wouldn't be here. This ceasefire had held along the line of control for a number of years now. We did not provoke this. We have responded to a provocation. Now it is for Pakistan to realize that our response was limited to what happened to us in Pahalgam. They must be careful not to escalate things beyond control.
Mary auntie looks very happy today. Her 2.5 lakh rupees got saved. What good did she do?
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के मार्गदर्शन और मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के कुशल नेतृत्व में यूपी में
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck together.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
These targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
पहली बार देश में आजादी के बाद ये फैसला किया गया है.
For this decision we were waiting since long.
This has been only possible with our Prime Minister's decision.
राहुल जी जो सोचदार है मोदी जी ने अडॉप्ट कर लिया, अच्छा है.
राहुल गांधी के सर्टिफिकेट के लिए राहुल गांधी को क्रेडिट देने के लिए कोई निर्णय नहीं किया.
They have always used it as a political weapon, and now that weapon's gone.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective.
India avenges Pahalgam attack. 25 minutes of precision strikes carried out between 1:05 and 1:30 a.m. this morning. India rains fire on Pakistan terror hubs inside Pakistan and in POK. Video proof of India's Pahalgam revenge. Government releases videos of Operation Sindoor. 9 targets hit, 70 terrorists killed. Pakistan terror factory dismantled. Hideouts of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed completely blown up. Government says to care not to harm civilians, ensured that no Pakistani military installations were directly targeted. It's justice for Pahalgam victims. Victims' families say that government was committed to our cause. The bereaved families have welcomed India's response. Details of Operation Sindoor has been shared by the defense forces. The strikes were carried out on camps in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and inside Pakistan, straight 150 kilometers plus. Forces have released proof, that's right there on your television screens, of strikes. Pakistan terror factory has been completely destroyed and dismantled. They have been reduced to rubble in just a matter of 25 minutes. We are going straight to Shiv Arur, who is joining us live from Uri. Shiv, give us a sense of what you're seeing on the ground.
Well, I'm not far from the line of control in Uri sector. We've just arrived in the Uri sector, and we're an hour away from that press conference that was just held by Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary. And as you rightly just pointed out, visual evidence of strikes, adding a huge layer of compelling proof of the accuracy of those strikes, in addition to all of those mobile phone videos that have come out from civilians in Muridke, Bahawalpur, Kotli, Muzaffarabad, Sialkot and elsewhere. The details coming out from that press conference clearly showing that the Indian military, the Indian armed forces and the government are not going to let grass grow under their feet as far as putting forward specific information is concerned. This very likely is one of the lessons that they've learned from the 2019 information warfare whirlpool that India got sort of trapped in because many of the claims being made were not undisputed at that time. This time they definitely are. There are some unanswered questions. Behind me at the line of control in Uri sector, we are told that there is shelling going on. We will of course be going until a secured area. Uri town has been completely, people have fled from there. It's completely empty. We are told we'll have a look for ourselves in a short while from now. The forward villages which no one has access to at this point are being shelled. We don't have any information just yet about any casualties or civilian casualties over there, but we do know that civilian casualties have taken place in the Rajouri-Poonch sector of the line of control. That's south of the Pir Panjal mountains in the Jammu division. But here in the Uri sector, as it has been for the last 2 weeks, huge escalation using artillery, but this is something that the Indian Army was prepared for. It had been watching artillery rolling in towards the line of control in Uri and Kupwara sectors and was fully prepared. Like we've been reporting, huge amount of damage to Pakistan Army posts, not just in Uri, Kupwara, but also in the Rajouri, Poonch area that we've been reporting.
Yes, since you are reporting from Uri, Shivarur, Nikunj, you have a question for Shiv.
Yes, I just wish to ask you one question, Shiv, that you now almost very close to ground zero, you know, I mean, the theater of action is almost, you're there in that zone, so to say. What is it that you are sensing? I mean, is there active gunfire still on? Has it ended? Are there preparation that is visible on the ground from each side, or at least from our side? And what is the overall reaction of the civilian population? Please dwell on that.
You know, just 2 kilometers before we arrived at this spot where Uri actually begins, we saw, you know, a convoy of vehicles actually fleeing, which contained some, you know, civilians who appeared to be leaving from Uri. So we actually spoke to them. They weren't willing to speak on camera, but we asked them precisely the question that you're asking. Is there still gunfire happening there? They said that Uri town is a ghost town right now. Everyone has left. All shop shutters are down, and you can hear artillery booming, you can hear intermittent gunfire even during the morning hours. So way after Operation Sindoor happened between 1:05 and 1:30 a.m., apparently as recently as 11 a.m., there apparently has been gunfire in Uri. We're just about 15 to 16 kilometers from the LC itself. We'll be reaching there, and I'll be able to answer your question firsthand about the gunfire sounds and artillery. But we've been hearing from our contacts that entire area, the villages there have completely been evacuated and abandoned, even though there are bunkers over there, and the gunfire is definitely audible. We should be able to hear it just a few kilometers from now.
Shiv, first of all, be careful, take care of your personal safety, that is paramount. Very important points being made by Shiv Arur there, that just about half hour back, we are at 12:05, and till about 11:35, he has first-hand eyewitness accounts narrating to him that active gunfire was on the line of control, which means that Pakistanis are wanting to keep the LOC hot and India is retaliating in equal measure. So that's a very significant point coming directly from the ground zero, where Shiv Arur has very valiantly tried to reach almost the ground zero where this actual skirmish is taking place currently. But Shiv, be careful about your security, your personal safety. Now moving to Nazir Masoodi.
Yes, Nazir, you know, Shiv was giving us details of what's really happening, you know, along the LOC. He's very close to that location. Tell us what's happening where you are.
Well, I'm on way to Kupwara, and it has here the police have stopped the media. They are not allowing to go beyond, and rightly so. They're saying that it is a situation where we don't want that media should go to these areas which should not be shown right now. And we're very careful when it comes to even that particular check post to show. We are not showing, or any security force movement. That is already an advisory has been issued. And in these times, one has to be very, very careful to show what actually needs to be shown and what should not be shown. And that is something, this situation calls for that caution. Having said that, it is a tough situation for the people living near the border. The whole night was all about loud explosions.
Yes,
large number of people have lost their homes. They have lost their shops, businesses, and then some people have lost their lives also. We don't know exact number, has not come from the officials yet, but there's a loss of life as Pakistan has targeted civilian areas, their properties, their shops, for example.
Space is not just a destination. It is a declaration of curiosity, courage, and collective progress. India's space journey reflects this spirit. From launching a small rocket in 1963 to becoming the first nation to land near the south pole of moon, our journey has been remarkable. Our rockets carry more than payloads. They carry the dreams of 1.4 billion Indians. India's achievements are significant scientific milestones. Beyond that, they are proof that the human spirit can defy gravity. India made history by reaching Mars on its first attempt in 2014. Chandrayaan-1 helped discover water on the moon. Chandrayaan-2 gave us the highest resolution images of the moon. Chandrayaan-3 increased our understanding of the lunar south pole. We built cryogenic engines in a record time. We launched 100 satellites in a single mission. We have launched over 400 satellites for 34 nations on our launch vehicles. This year, we docked 2 satellites in space, a major step forward. Friends, India's space journey is not about racing others. It is about reaching higher together. Together, we share a common goal to explore space for the good of humanity. We launch a satellite for the South Asian nations. Now, the G20 satellite mission announced during our presidency will be a gift to the global South. We continue to march ahead with renewed confidence, pushing the boundaries of scientific exploration. Our first human space flight mission, Gaganyaan, highlights our nation's rising aspirations. In coming weeks, an Indian astronaut will travel to space as part of a joint ISRO-NASA mission to the International Space Stations. By 2035, the Bharatiya Antariksh Station will open new frontiers in research and global cooperation. By 2040, an Indian's footprints will be on the moon. Mars and Venus are also on our radar. Friends, for India, space is about exploration as well as about empowerment. It empowers governance, enhances livelihoods, and inspires generations. From fishermen alerts to Gati Shakti platform, from railway safety to weather forecasting, our satellites look out for the welfare of every Indian. We have opened our space sector to startups, entrepreneurs, and young minds. Today, India has over 250 space startups. They are contributing to cutting-edge advancements in satellite technology, propulsion systems, imaging, and much more. And you know, it is even more inspiring that many of our missions are being led by women scientists. Friends, India's space vision is grounded in the ancient wisdom of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. That is, the world is one family. We strive not just for our own growth, but to enrich global knowledge, address common challenges, and inspire future generations. India stands for dreaming together, building together, and reaching for the stars together. Let us together write a new chapter in space exploration, guided by science and shared dreams for a better tomorrow. I wish you all a very pleasant and productive stay in India. Thank you.
So the Prime Minister addressing the nation on the subject of space, and he has spoken about exploration and empowerment. But shifting focus to our top story this hour, and Aishwarya is joining us. There's a piece of breaking news that is coming in now. Prime Minister Modi has postponed his three-nation tour. That tour was supposed to begin on 11th. He was expected to travel to Croatia, Netherlands and Norway. Aishwarya is joining us any moment now. That was a crucial meeting which was planned because remember, India has been looking at collaboration with European nations. There has been repeated messaging which has been coming in also from External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, who had said only recently that Europe cannot preach if they are not really practicing. The message was with regards to their dual speak on the issue of terror camps and cross-border terrorism. So India's...
And this is that part of the Europe with which we wish to engage more, Maria. This is not the Western Europe, this is the other part of the Europe, Eastern Europe, principally Croatia and then the Nordic countries. Aishwarya is joining us live, Maria, and we can talk to him.
Yes, Ash, give us the details. I mean, the Prime Minister postponing it. It is perhaps on expected lines. The Prime Minister is expected to be in India. It's a developing situation, a dynamic situation, as we have been saying. There could be retaliatory, attack by Pakistan, although we are certainly being careful and hopeful that Pakistan understands that India's target has been specific and also only on terror camps inside Pakistan.
Well, we have seen in the last few days that it was Prime Minister who was briefed regularly on regular intervals by either Defense Secretary or, the Navy Chief, Army Chief, and he was constantly monitoring the entire situation as far as the entire operations that the country has conducted. Prime Minister was supposed to visit, and go for an official visit to Netherlands, Croatia, and of course, it was a three-nation tour of Prime Minister, and that was supposed to be on 13th to 18th of May, and it has been now postponed. It has not been cancelled as far as the official message from the Prime Minister's office is concerned. It has been postponed as of now, and Prime Minister will later visit these three countries. But certainly the focus of the government and Prime Minister will be certainly on the entire operations that are taking place as far as the Indian Armed Forces are concerned, and how there could be a possible retaliation from the Pakistani side. It will be Prime Minister would be engaged in that, and therefore the reason it would, probably this would be the reason that Prime Minister had postponed his three-nation tour.
All right, Ash, continue to be with us because just some time back, in fact, an hour ago, Vikram Misri, who is the Foreign Secretary, was leading this entire group of, that came in to brief what really happened vis-a-vis this Operation Sindoor. Let's listen in to what Foreign Secretary told the media.
Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt.
Two women officers, in fact, accompanied the Foreign Secretary in this briefing, reflecting that very important messaging which has come in, and the name of this entire operation, which is Operation Sindoor, an anti-terror operation, in a way honoring those women who were widowed by the terrorists because their men were killed in Pahalgam attack. Let's listen in to what Wing Commander said in that press briefing, which happened an hour ago.
Through precision capability, as shown to you, a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any.
सैयदना बिलाल कैंप, मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप, कोटली, यह एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर ए तोयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप, बिंबर, ये एलओसी से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, आईडी व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप, कोटली, यह एलओसी से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर ए तोयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूँगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप, सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठुआ के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर आईबी से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। ये कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे। मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर, यह इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था।
Let me now go across to our colleague Vasudha. Vasudha reporting from outside the Prime Minister's residence. Vasudha, Home Minister Amit Shah has just left Prime Minister's residence. It appears that the crucial series of meetings that were happening, that were taking place at Prime Minister's residence, have now finished. What is it, other than the Cabinet Committee on Security, that in your sense, it is too early for me to ask you that question, that, you know, what are you gauging from your sources? But in your sense, what is it that is being discussed now? Is it about success of the Indian operation, or potential Pakistani response, or both?
Well, Nikunj, let me tell you that I'm right outside the Prime Minister's residence, and this road opposite me was completely full of vehicles today. The entourages of several ministers had come in just about an hour and a half ago, and in fact, around 10:15 is when Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, arrived. He was one of the first to arrive, and within 10 minutes, even as the briefing was going on by Colonel Vyamika Singh and Wing Commander Sophia Qureshi, and of course the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, Amit Shah arrived, and now just 4 or 5 minutes ago, all the vehicles have left. So the cabinet meeting is over, the CCS meeting is over. We are told that in the cabinet meeting, the Prime Minister has listened to all of them very intently. He has been briefed again and again. In fact, there's no need for that as well, because he has been, at his residence, trying to find out what really is happening. He's been monitoring the entire operation, and Operation Sindoor is not just a military strike. This is also a move of justice to the country, because Sindoor is very integral to the Indian sentiment. The word itself evokes a lot of sentiment. It's core to the Indian family system, and that's what the Prime Minister, that's why the Prime Minister really came up with this name, because remember, of the 26 dead, all of them are males, and in fact, most of them, were married, and it was in front of the wives and children that they were attacked, they were killed, and the wives were often told to go and tell Prime Minister Modi that this happened. So clearly, this is a marker of how India seeks revenge and justice, but at the same time also is diplomatically ruthless with Pakistan, because we also saw with both UNSC and FATF, India worked very hard to create those diplomatic channels and isolation for Pakistan. But now I'm told that in the cabinet meeting, the Prime Minister has taken stock of the domestic narratives, ensuring that logistics are in place. There's a narrative, there's a situation that has to be managed within the country, and Pakistan is all set to retaliate, is what my sources are saying, which is why the country is also, India is also prepared for that. Now, the Prime Minister, I'm told, is in a wait and watch mode. At the same time, he is monitoring the entire situation, ensuring that India remains completely prepared, and civilians of India, the citizens of India, also know what is happening, which is why we also saw this extensive briefing by 3 senior officials with visual evidence, something that we didn't see in 2016 and also in 2019, which is why this time India is far more prepared to answer the world and also answer the people of this country, to basically defend its own point of view and say and prove this as something that was important for justice.
Vasudha, before I let you go, let me ask you one more question, and that is that Prime Minister, we have just got the news. I'm quite sure that decision probably would have been taken earlier, but we have just got the news that Prime Minister has cancelled his multinational trip, multi-nation trip to Europe. Now, that clearly signifies that as the head of the state, he wants to be in the country and he wants to monitor all the developments that are happening vis-a-vis Pakistan and vis-a-vis our neighborhood and larger security matrix personally. And that's quite quintessential Prime Minister Modi, isn't it?
Absolutely, Nikunj, you're right. And this is what the Prime Minister did even with his Russia trip. He was supposed to travel to Moscow on the 8th of May for the parade day. And this was an important occasion for Russia, which has been a great friend of India because, this also is 80th year of Soviet Union's victory on Nazi Germany. And this was important for India as well to show its friendship towards Russia. But Prime Minister cancelled that trip. In fact, on the 22nd April, he rushed back to India as soon as he heard the news of this brutal attack in Pahalgam. He cut short his Saudi Arabia official trip. In fact, he raised this, terror attack even with MBS in his official dinner. And then, of course, the latest is that he has cut short his trip to Croatia, Netherlands and Norway, which was very important. Remember, in this whole tariff war that's picking up, Europe has become very important for India also from the trade point of view. So this trip was considered important because this was also a move for India to strengthen its bilateral treaty. But nothing comes before national security, nothing comes before justice, and nothing comes before safety of the country, which is what which is what is being reflected by the Prime Minister yet again cancelling another important trip abroad, and this is a three-nation trip to Europe.
That's right, Vasudha. Thank you so much for joining us. And remember, on 22nd, when that terror attack happened in Pahalgam, Prime Minister Modi was in Saudi Arabia. He cut short that visit as well and returned to India. So that sense of urgency, certainly ensuring that when it is about nation first, Prime Minister Modi is really in New Delhi. He is monitoring the situation by every minute. Javed Ashraf, former ambassador of India to France, is joining us. Ambassador Ashraf, how do you look at the situation? India, of course, briefing US, UK, UAE. But what is it that India should be prepared for in terms of reaction from other countries?
Well, first of all, let me say that, it takes a great deal of political courage, political daring, and a sense of responsibility at the leadership level of the Prime Minister to undertake an operation of this magnitude. And also want to congratulate the Indian Armed Forces, particularly the Air Force, for the precision strikes. Remember, Bahawalpur and Muridke have been the crucible of terrorism for a very, very long time. Since at least the 1980s, we've been bringing them to the world's attention. Now, what happens from now onwards? One, we'll be having to be dominating the battle of the narratives. And this has got to be in the three important respects globally. One, that our attack was justified. Second, that it was measured with no collateral damage and that we took out terrorist camps. There were no civilian or military targets. And third, the outcomes were visible. I mean, because the last time during Blackout, there was, they managed to create a fog of confusion in Pakistan that nothing was achieved. So we have this narrative to present. That's one. The second, internationally, we have to be able to get the world to accept this as a legitimate right to defend on behalf of India. Now, remember, historically, since at least the 90s, what we have seen is that the world's attention shifts from terrorism to preventing the war between the two countries. And there are many countries that start equating the victim and the attacker, in the sense Pakistan and India. And we have to be sure that we do not get back into that trap. So this operation was planned to be swift, to achieve the political and the security objectives with minimal risk, minimum economic fallout, and in a manner that the escalation could be controlled. We also have to watch out for hybrid warfare, which is that cyber attacks, information warfare, all of that will go on simultaneously besides what you see on the military field. So this is also a moment of great responsibility for us diplomatically, and that we have to not just at this point of time get the world to accept the action that we have taken, but also to, in a sense, ensure that Pakistan is treated as a sponsor of terrorism, because hitherto the world has differentiated in some way between terrorism emanating from Pakistan that affects them and terrorism that affects us. And we've got to be sure that we push it pretty strong. And so far, I think the world has, in a sense,
Ambassador Ashraf, let me ask you one question. I asked earlier before you joined the broadcast, I asked General Bikram Singh, former Chief of Army Staff, that does he think that a retaliation from Pakistan is imminent? Now, I add one more question to that, and I ask you that if Pakistan chooses to react, if Pakistan chooses to retaliate, in your view, what can possibly they target? We have targeted the heavens of terror. We have targeted the Mecca of terror, global terror. What can possibly they target?
You see, again, you have to, we have a war game that scenario as well. Now, if Pakistan retaliates, they'll have to retaliate in terms of our military installations, military establishments, etc. Now, that's an actual act of war. That's an escalation that takes us into a full-scale conventional war. In that event, of course, we have obviously a number of retaliatory options. There are, the possibilities. We have much higher level of superiority in terms of naval power. Also in terms of our air power, there, of course, ground forces are well positioned. I think it would be, perhaps it's hard to, wars are always a series of escalation of unanticipated developments. But I would say that Pakistan would have a limited objective of inflicting a limited damage, trying to win the battle of narratives, play the victim, and satisfy its domestic audience that it stood up to a much larger adversary and that had tried to bully it. I mean, that would serve its objective as long as it feels that India would not then go on to the second order and a third order steps after what we have done in terms of the taking out the 9 terrorist camps. So they will also be calculating how much staying power they have, and getting into retaliating against military targets in India would invite a massive retaliation and a legitimate one from India too.
Yes, that's the concern. That's the concern, because if Pakistan chooses to escalate it and targets military bases or military targets, then possibly it will evoke a second or a third reaction.
Yeah, so you have to see that it's all a game of probabilities as well. I mean, sitting in Delhi, our planners will also be trying to get as much human intelligence and technical intelligence into what is the actual Pakistani calculations and thinking beyond their public rhetoric. And we will also be taking into account what their readiness and preparedness is. What is their staying capacity for a long duration war? What is the state of their economy? What is the level of supplies they have? And there are different modes through which you put pressure. So I think that once we attack Pakistan and we take out these 9 camps, we have also taken into account the risks that escalation and our capacity to contain it, manage it, and dominate that escalation. And that is something that we would have taken into account, because if they do target, and we've been very particular in pointing out that we've not targeted civilian or military installations. And therefore, if they do retaliate militarily in terms of military assets or military installations, then I think we would be prepared for a pretty strong response. And remember that there is an economic asymmetry, a capability asymmetry. And I don't think we will fall into the trap of the nuclear rhetoric, which they keep sometimes bandying about.
Yes, Ambassador Ashraf, India has managed to communicate to the world that this was an unprovoked aggression, an act of terror which happened on 22nd. And that's the reason why there has been support which has come from just about every nation which has been affected by terrorism in one way or the other. Now that we are looking at it, do you see that India, and if you look at the mix, or should I say the composition of the press conference, it was the Foreign Secretary and 2 Indian officers who addressed the press conference. So India is repeatedly communicating to the world. First it did after 22nd when the terror attack happened, and now after having carried out these strikes against terror camps, that there is a need for constant engagement with all these nations, not just the allies as we look at them, but also envoys of multiple nations as we did, on 23rd.
So, our diplomatic initiative is going to be intense and very comprehensive. One, we will reach out to all the countries in the world. It isn't just about the United States or our European allies or, Japan or Korea, or the countries in the Gulf, our partners in Africa. We will be reaching out to everyone to convey the correct picture. And it's important we do that because we've done that at every time we have been hit by terrorism on this scale from Pakistan and that we have retaliated. It's very important. One is that bilaterally we engage all the countries with evidence and with evidence of what we've done. That's number one. The number two is what we are already doing in the UN Security Council and the UN framework. And remember, despite being a non-permanent member at this stage, Pakistan was not able. At first, it asked for a closed-door meeting. It obviously didn't want to be castigated in public. And therefore, it asked for a closed-door meeting, knowing what it would going to face from other members, permanent and non-member. That's the second part. And the third is that we will now go back to putting them on FATF and also taking a number of other steps, including at the IMF, at the World Bank, at the Asian Development Bank, because it is very important for us to be able to convey to the countries that their assistance to Pakistan eventually ends up helping the military continue with its unremitting hostility towards India, practiced through this unconventional asymmetric politico-military instrument of terrorism. So it'll be a very comprehensive engagement. But remember, we should not, we have to keep this as an ongoing process, not something that subsides after our rage and revenge period is, in a sense, over. Because despite taking out these camps, we can't be sure that new ones will not crop up or they will not find new recruits to the cause. So this is something that we'll have to continue pressing and to ensure that, as Dr. Jaishankar, our External Affairs Minister, said, and that Prime Minister has said repeatedly, that the world must have a zero tolerance towards terrorism, and there cannot be good terrorism or bad terrorism. That terrorism that affects the West is of a different level than terrorism that affects us. So the kind of sanctions that we have seen on some of the state sponsors of terrorism need in a large measure to also apply to Pakistan as well. And this is something that is going to be an ongoing diplomatic effort. We're not against saying we are targeting the people of Pakistan, but we want to be sure that those who run Pakistan literally, whether they sit in power or whether they are wearing the uniform, at some stage stop this unremitting effort at terrorism against India.
Yes.
Very, very important point Ambassador Ashraf makes there, that this process has to be continuous and engagement with the entire world, the global community of nations has to be continuous. And I think that is one thing that
I would say that, I wanted to point this out also, that we need to focus on this perennial challenge that has been with us for decades, as much as we now focus on some of the great geopolitical shifts and the opportunities that the global shifts are creating for us, because this is at the fundamental level important for India's security.
All right, Ambassador Ashraf, thank you for joining us and sharing all the details. Remember, the long-term impact of Operation Sindoor will depend on whether it serves as a deterrent or whether it is a spark for future confrontations. Thank you so much for joining us. A piece of breaking news coming in now, and this is with regards to top government sources who are telling us that in the cabinet meeting, the Prime Minister briefed his colleagues about the strike which was done by the armed forces. We can also tell our viewers that the members of the cabinet lauded the Prime Minister for his exemplary leadership. It is about the political intent which has been displayed by Prime Minister Modi. Vasudha joins us live. Vasudha, Prime Minister Modi monitoring this entire operation through the night. The messaging has been that minute-by-minute update being given to the Prime Minister by the entire security establishment.
Absolutely, Maria. If you remember, one important move by the Narendra Modi government after 2014 has been on dehyphenation, because the Prime Minister has always believed that before 2014, India would behave like Pakistan is an equal, and hence the world used to think of India-Pakistan issues as together. And one thing that he did was to dehyphenate India and Pakistan, showing the world that Pakistan is no match for India. And this military strike, this precision strike that happened last night, 25-minute strike, was a move of retribution. It was to show the world that proportionate, responsible moves can be made, and that India can do this without hurting civilians. It can do this without hurting military installations. So in the cabinet meeting today, this was reflected by the Prime Minister. He took a lot of pride in the armed forces. He said that this was a perfect strike. It was done with a lot of research. Remember that ruthless diplomatic efforts have also been taken by India in the last few days with respect to alienating Pakistan on the global stage, on FATF and also in UNSC. So today's cabinet was also a reflection of the Prime Minister's pride and faith in the armed forces and as a country. And more importantly, what we understand is that the cabinet ministers also lauded the Prime Minister's initiative leadership in this. And now we'll have to wait and see how India is prepared for the retaliation. I'm told that the Prime Minister is monitoring each move very closely. He's being guided by the best voices and experts. So we'll have to wait and see how this pans out. There's no cabinet briefing today, as as there is every Wednesday. Whenever there's a cabinet meeting. So today is an important day. It's a day that India has, in some ways changed the discourse on terrorism, saying that it can seek retribution, seek accountability on terrorism without really hurting civilians.
Yes, and the message had come from the Prime Minister on 24th, Vasudha. Just a reminder to the viewers as to what the Prime Minister had said then. He had said that India will identify, trace and punish every terrorist and their backers. Prime Minister Modi then saying that terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to make sure that justice is done and the entire nation is one in its resolve. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. We'll get you more details of Operation Sindoor, so stay with us.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck together.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
These targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smart brand.
ये बहुत ही अच्छी बात है कि जो उन्होंने मोदी साहब ने बदला लिया है और मैं उनके साथ हूँ, जनता उनके साथ है और हमारा सारा परिवार उनके साथ है। मैं सेना के जवानों को यही मैसेज देना चाहती हूँ कि आगे बढ़ते रहो और ऐसे ही बदला लेते रहो कि ऐसी कोई घटना दोबारा न घटे, उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब देना ऐसे ही देना चाहिए।
हम सब इस पल की प्रतीक्षा कर रहे थे और जो भी सरकार ने निर्णय लिया है वो योग्य लिया है और हमारी बस यही इच्छा है कि अभी जो भी ये संगठन है या ये जो ग्रुप्स है जो आतंकवादी हमले कर रहे हैं इनको पूरी तरीके से निकाल के मतलब ढूंढ के मार देना चाहिए और ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए।
उनसे बहुत थैंक यू कहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पति की मौत का बदला लिया है। मैं बहुत छोटी हूँ, उन्हें कुछ भी कहने या नहीं कहने वाली, लेकिन हाँ जिस तरीके से हमारे पूरे परिवार को उन पे विश्वास था, उन्होंने उसी तरीके से जवाब दे के हमारे विश्वास को कायम रखा है एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल।
हमें ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में न्यूज़ चैनल से मतलब हमारे परिवार वालों के कॉल आए हमें और तब पता चला कि भारत ने जो पहलगाम में हमला हुआ था उसके ऊपर आज उन्होंने रिएक्शन मतलब उनको उत्तर दिया है इसके बदले में एयर स्ट्राइक करके। पहले तो मिशन का नाम सुन के हम लोगों को बहुत मतलब मैं तो बहुत रो रही थी सुन के।
इंडियन गवर्नमेंट को बहुत थैंक्सफुल देना चाहता हूँ उसको, ये जो पाकिस्तान ये आपका टेररिस्ट ये अड्डा को मुँह तोड़ ये जवाब दिया है, काफ़ी डैमेज किया है। और अभी इंडियन ये फौजी वालों से भी मैं दरख्वास्त करूँगा सतर्क रहे, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान वालों के भरोसा नहीं है कब वो फिर ये अंदर से फिर कब ये हमें नुकसान पहुंचाने के लिए उन लोग जो स्टेप लेंगे, तो सतर्क रहने के लिए उन लोग को भी मैं दरख्वास्त करूँगा। मोदी जी अभी ये जो स्टेप लिया है हमारे ये फौजी लोगों को ये मुँह तोड़ जितना भी आतंकवादी है उनको मुँह तोड़ जवाब देने के लिए जो स्टेप लिया मोदी को मैं थैंक्सफुल देना चाहता हूँ।
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck together.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
These targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
Pakistani terror factories have been dismantled. India raises the camps after targeted attacks in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and in Pakistan. The government says that in the military strikes in response to the Pahalgam terror attacks, India targeted civilians and military targets. They did take out terrorist hubs. Of India's Pahalgam revenge, the government has released videos of Operation Sindoor, as it is known. The government says that the targets were chosen on credible intelligence and video has been released. That's not the video, but we'll bring you the video of what exactly they showed as the strikes went in. Prime Minister Modi has briefed the cabinet on Operation Sindoor. This is the footage that I was talking about. It actually shows some of the strikes, including footage from the weapons itself, which actually went through. The Prime Minister said that this is a perfect strike by the armed forces. The cabinet has lauded the Prime Minister for his exemplary leadership. Explosions can be seen elsewhere. We'll play that footage out. The world reacts. Israel strongly backs India. Israel says there's no place for terrorists to hide. The US Secretary of State has spoken to Foreign Minister Jaishankar. Good afternoon. In case you've just tuned in, the big story we are tracking right now, and we'll bring you all aspects of this, is that in a period of approximately 25 minutes from 1:05 a.m. in the morning to 1:30 a.m. in the morning, 25 minutes of Indian fire on Pakistani terrorist hubs all across the line of control, or on their side of the line of control, and deep in Pakistan itself. So let me give you an idea of what India did in terms of raining fire on these Pak terror hubs. We'll give you as much detail as we can over here. Now let's look at the top. That is targets which are relatively shallow targets on the line of control, or just across the line of control, up to about 25 to 30 kilometers in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. So Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Gulpur and Bhimber, all on west of the line of control in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. But in terms of the Sialkot sector, the Chakamru sector and Muridke, that is all on the international border, west of the international border in Pakistan itself. Pakistan-occupied Kashmir itself. That's where the international border begins. So above the international border in Jammu and Kashmir is the line of control. That's where the international border is. And I'll tell you about the significance about all of these areas in a little while from now. But this is Bahawalpur. Bahawalpur is 100 to 150 kilometers west of Punjab and Rajasthan. It is deep inside Pakistan. The strikes which went down in Bahawalpur, which is where India blew up through our airstrikes, the Jaish-e-Mohammed primary training hub is the deepest strike which has been conducted by the Indian Armed Forces into Pakistan since the 1971 war. It's been called Operation Sindoor. It took place as a result of precision airstrikes which were carried out by the Indian Air Force. Soon after the strikes, there has been a strong retaliation by Pakistan all along the line of control, where there has been extensive artillery shelling that was going on even till a couple of hours back. As a result of that, there have been casualties on both sides. Initial reports, official ones from the army, indicated that 3 people had lost their lives on our side, but defense sources indicating that we have, as a result of artillery strikes along the line of control, really hit Pakistani posts as well, and that Pakistan has suffered considerable losses at this stage. Now, what I'd like to do at this stage is actually to play out some of that footage which was released by the government in their press briefing a little while back, and that shows the actual footage of the strikes going in. So if we can cue up that footage, please, and play it out, I'd like to describe it before we go across to our correspondent. So what you see on your screen over here is of Gulpur. This is one of the Kotli Gulpur. This is of a missile going in to hit its target. The video goes off shortly before the impact. The target itself is destroyed over there. Let's give you more footage. We'll stay with this. Why is this important? This is absolutely critical because unlike in the case of Balakot, what India has been able to do is prove to the entire world that, look, we've done it. There is no controversy over there, and it's here for the world to see. This is in Bhimbar. This is very interesting footage. This is the footage of the strike coming down. That looks to be a small bomblet from an unmanned aerial vehicle, possibly a drone, a small one, and a target over there was actually taken out. This is Kotli Abbas, another terrorist camp. This is before. This is the target, which was what they wanted to hit. This is the footage. Let's just play that video out. That's the video. You can see of the bombs actually going in or the weapon going in. Unclear if that is a bomb or a cruise missile. Looks to be some sort of a bomb. India possibly used the Hammer bomb, which is a guided bomb. This actually shows some of the targets that I was speaking about. Bahawalpur, Muridke, Sarjal, and Mehmuna Joya. These are the specific names of the camps, but I've already given you the broader ideas. We're going to show this video as well of Sarjal. This is one very important piece of video because it shows perhaps most clearly of a strike, and you saw the explosion taking place over there. Well, let's just go right across now to our correspondents who've been tracking every aspect of this story. I'm joined by Nazir Masoodi. We've got Vasudha with us as well. We've got Aishwarya and Gurpreet Chinda. Gurpreet is in one of the border areas of Punjab. Where are you right now, Gurpreet? Give us a sense of what's happening around you, particularly with civil drills expected to be taking place.
Well, right now we are reporting from a border area of Punjab. This is the district of Firozpur, where we have been talking to the multiple administrative officers since morning. We have seen there is a high alert in all over Punjab, and specifically in the border areas of Punjab, whether it's the district Gurdaspur, Firozpur, Fazilka, Pathankot, they are already on high alert. The second defense line is the Punjab Police. They are already conducting patrolling at the various locations of these areas, and what we have seen as a precautionary measure, they have already shut down all the schools in district Firozpur, in district Gurdaspur and Pathankot also. As of now, what we have learnt that they are already busy in the mock drills. They are also conveying the message to the general and the civil administration so that number of strategic discussions.
We're going to go across now to Aishwarya, our correspondent. Aishwarya, go ahead. Give us an idea of what's happening around you. You were signaling. Go ahead. What's happening?
The route is in place as far as Prime Minister's arrival at Rashtrapati Bhavan is concerned. Let me show you these visuals from the Raisina Hills. Prime Minister's convoy is about to reach over here, and he would be briefing the President of India, who is the Supreme Commander of Indian Armed Forces. Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be briefing about Operation Sindoor to President of India very shortly. The route is in place, and any moment from now, the convoy will arrive over here. Let me show you these visuals of the Rashtrapati Bhavan as well, where now, any moment from now, after the cabinet meeting ended, it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who also was congratulated, as sources indicated to us, by the cabinet colleagues about Operation Sindoor, and it was, of course, Prime Minister who briefed his cabinet colleagues about the entire operation by the Indian Armed Forces. And soon after that, now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's convoy is now about to arrive very shortly here at Raisina Hills.
Okay, hold on for a second, Aishwarya. Let's go across to Vasudha as well. Vasudha, there's a very important... Aishwarya, don't worry. The moment the motorcade passes by you, we will cut to your pictures. But Vasudha, there's a Cabinet Committee on Security meeting taking place. What's happening?
Well, the CCS meeting met today. CCS meeting happened today, and this is an important meeting because it's happening after the precision strikes that took place. And of course, the visuals of the cabinet meeting came out, Vishnu. And this cabinet meeting is extremely important because the Prime Minister in this cabinet meeting, according to sources, talked about the pride that he takes in the armed forces, how it's a special day for the entire country. And if you look at the visuals, everybody is present. It's a full cabinet. And of course, ministers from TDP, ministers from JDU are also present. And after this, of course, like Aishwarya has been reporting, he goes to the president of the country to talk about, to brief her on what happened. This is part of protocol. But the important thing is, it's been it's been a hectic night for the Prime Minister and also for the armed forces. And also, it's been a busy morning for him because he's been constantly at his residence here. I'm coming to you live from outside his residence, and there have been like these vehicles that have been just coming. First, of course, the CCS, and then the cabinet meeting that took place, all reflecting just one thing, that the Prime Minister has the political will to see this through. And what has happened last night is also not just a sign of retribution, but it also is a sign of India fighting back in a calibrated measure fashion to seek justice and also accountability from those who promote terrorism.
Any further reactions coming in from any other ministers?
Well, not yet. We know that in the morning, a lot of ministers did put out posts, including the Home Minister. We saw the Health Minister, JP Nadda, put out that important tweet. Rammohan Naidu, the Aviation Minister, has also been putting out tweets. What I've been told is all ministers have also been given specific tasks because, there's a domestic narrative that needs to be managed. There's a domestic situation that can get out of hand if not managed properly. India is also prepared for any retaliation that comes. And the Prime Minister, I'm told, in the cabinet meeting also stressed a lot on preparedness, on participation, and on ensuring that while we take pride in our armed forces for what they've done, we also remain prepared and help our agencies, our institutions in preparing the civilians for what is to come.
And what has the opposition said so far? Vasudha?
Well, the opposition, let me tell you that although there have been these, exceptional voices like Jignesh Mevani or for that matter, Rashid Alvi, other than that, the opposition has been extremely careful here, Vishnu. They've been very cautious to not really ask for proof like what they did after the Pulwama attack in 2019 when the Blackout strikes happened, and also in 2016 when, Indian forces crossed the border and, attacked launch pads in Pakistan. This happened immediately after 11 days. This time, both the opposition and the government have been prepared. The opposition is saying in every sentence, Jai Hind, a victory to armed forces, not making it a political victory of the BJP, not talking about the political will. At the same time, making it sure that they don't seem like they are anti-armed forces or they are questioning anything that the armed forces have done, because remember, Pahalgam attack was something that, was brutal and 26 innocent people died. Opposition, this operation is called Operation Sindoor, which evokes a lot of sentiment. Sindoor is very integral to an Indian woman, to the Indian family system. So the Congress is making it clear, all the other parties, including Mamata Banerjee's TMC, everyone is making it very clear that they don't want to be seen on the other side of this.
We're going to stay with these visuals for a little while, just describing to our viewers what exactly is taking place, as Vasudha was mentioning over here. This is the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting over here. The full Cabinet, I should mention, not the Cabinet Committee on Security. The full Cabinet of the Government of India meeting. They have praised the Prime Minister. They have been given a briefing by the Prime Minister and others on what exactly took place. This is a sign of India entirely united in this fight against terror. The images that we should be getting in a little while from now are also of a motorcade leading up to the Prime Minister's residence. We expect the President to be briefed in a little while from now, possibly by the Prime Minister. So we are waiting for that. There'll be more reactions which come in a little while from now. But we're going to just describe these pictures in a little while from now. The Prime Minister briefing the full Cabinet entirely backing the government. This is a moment where India needs to stand united, whether it's the government or the opposition. It's been a difficult day for us, a day in which the Indian Armed Forces, showing exemplary bravery, went in, firing missiles, using loitering drones, a lot of advanced technology to take out Pakistan's terror base. It's not gone entirely smoothly as you would expect, with Pakistan having retaliated, certainly along the line of control and the international border. There have been reports of fighter aircraft also having been impacted, a fighter aircraft of the Indian Air Force. There is no detail which has come of that at the moment, but Pakistan has responded in his press briefing earlier today. The Foreign Secretary, Vikram Misri, said questions would be answered, but not today because the situation itself is fairly fluid. Let's go across to Nazir Masoodi, who joins us at this stage. Nazir, thanks very much for being with us. What exactly is taking place in Srinagar now? Is there a great deal of tension? I know that air travel has stopped from Srinagar. Give us a sense of what's happening where you are.
Well, I was on way to Kupara, but clearly authorities have put restrictions on the media entry into Kupara, not allowing to go because of the sensitivities today. I appreciate that. But the fact is that the news coming from the border areas is not really good. People have suffered a great deal because when Pakistani army targeted civilians and targeted their homes and the businesses and their lives, worse shelling has happened in Poch, where there have been reports of casualties and large destruction of the civilian properties as well. India has hit where it hurts the most today. As you can see the statement from the Jaish Mohammed chief, this Maulana Masood Azhar himself admitting that his family members have been killed and four Jaish terrorists have also been killed. Remember, I was checking, this is the place where actually Jaish's headquarters was, and its ideological base has been. Well, Masood Azhar was operating, his accomplices who are being indoctrinated, sent to India for many several
We've got breaking news coming in now of an all-party meeting which has been called by the government. Let me go quickly across to my colleague Aishwarya. Aishwarya, stabilize your camera. We are coming to you. We are live on you, Aishwarya. What are the details that you can share with us on this all-party meeting?
Well, the government wants to keep every political party on board, and that's something that happened after the Pahalgam terror attack when the all-party meeting was briefed by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Home Minister Amit Shah was also present. All the political parties were on board as far as the developments at that point of time were unfolded, and the opposition clearly stated that they are together with the government and in whatever response the government of India will give to the perpetrators of terrorism. And now tomorrow at 11 a.m. is something that sources have indicated to us that government has called in an all-party meeting where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh again will be chairing and will be updating about the details of the Operation Sindoor to all the political parties. The agenda behind that is, of course, to keep all the political parties on board when they are completely united. Today's statements have come in from the Congress President to Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi that it is the political parties, the opposition parties who salute our Indian Armed Forces, and they are together and united in support of the government. So tomorrow at 11 a.m. is what we can witness another round of all-party meeting after Operation Sindoor.
All right, that's a very important development, an all-party meeting scheduled to be held with the government reaching out to the opposition to explain what exactly India has achieved in all of this. The images on your screen over here, what Vasudha was describing a little while back of that Cabinet Committee on Security meeting. I want to go back to what is very much the footage of the day. This is footage of India strikes going in. This is possibly a hammer missile, footage from that coming in. The footage goes off moments before it strikes a target. This is in Kotli, Gulpur. It goes off because it's hit the target. And there is a lot more which has been played out by the government over here. They're going to run through that footage and bring you what exactly it is. Now, this is what they were trying to hit. This is before the target was struck. This is a camp in Bhimber. This is particularly interesting footage because, as you will see very shortly, there appears to be a loitering drone which drops a bomblet that you can see over there. It goes and it hits its target right over here. So you can see the target being hit as well over here. Now, this is the Kotli Abbas terrorist camp. I believe this is a Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorist camp. This is what they were looking to target. This is what they were looking to target. And this is actual footage of the weapon going in. And you're going to see a strike taking place over there. So this is absolutely lucid. And you can see it very, very clearly indeed over here. If the camera can just come back to me so that I can point out what it is that we are talking about. The next couple of shots are particularly interesting because it shows in perhaps more clarity what I'm talking about. So if you can just come back to me, I can point out as we move to the next area which has been struck. This is Sarjal and Sialkot. This is to the west of the international border. This is what they were looking to hit. And now this is footage possibly from a drone or another platform, and you will see an explosion which takes place in Sarjal. This is the area that is being targeted, that was destroyed. You saw that very briefly, a flash as it were. This is Mehmuna Joya. This is a terrorist camp. Again, this is what they were looking to strike. This is what they were looking to target. And the next piece of footage which plays out, and all of this is from that press briefing, is of this target having been taken out. So this is the target again. They're playing the video out over here. This is the drone coming in to hit this. This is a suicide drone. It does appear. This is the last video. It goes right in and the video stops. That's because it has been destroyed. So what exactly has the government said in all of this? Let's listen in.
Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the Government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt.
Through precision capability, as shown to you, a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any.
सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद यह एक जैश मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली यह एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर तोयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिंबर ये एलओसी से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, आईडी व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली यह एलओसी से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर तोयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। अब मैं
Play out those reactions in a little while from now, that briefing by the government. Let's go back to my colleague Aishwarya. The Prime Minister has reached Rashtrapati Bhavan to brief the President. Go ahead, Aishwarya, with your details.
Well, it's a protocol that needs to be followed, and Prime Minister will be briefing President of India, Draupadi Murmu, very shortly, as his convoy has just arrived here at the Raisina Hills. Let me show you these live visuals from the Raisina Hills as the convoy arrives of Prime Minister, and he'll be shortly briefing Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu about the recent operation that the Indian Armed Forces have undertaken as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. It was, of course, Prime Minister earlier in the day chaired the cabinet and also he was applauded by different cabinet colleagues. The cabinet was also briefed about Sindoor, and soon after concluding that meeting, now Prime Minister arriving here at the Raisina Hills, and he would be briefing President of India, who is also the Supreme Commander for the Indian Armed Forces. The armed forces who had conducted a successful attack on POK and Pakistan as well, and it is just in a short while we can see that convoy arriving at Raisina Hills. Remember, it was in the midnight when the Indian Armed Forces conducted that attack with for at least 9 locations, and it is in the briefing which had been stated by the wing commander and also the officials from the army, that it is Operation Sindoor hitting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan. Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi, remember, who closely monitored the entire situation throughout the night. He was briefed by NSA Ajit Doval on regular intervals, and the terror camps have been targeted who are linked to various banned outfits, including Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hizbul Mujahideen. According to the agencies, it was also stated that these were focused strikes and were carried out on 9 terrorist infrastructure sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. It is certainly, a big achievement for Indian armed forces, and therefore the reason perhaps Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be briefing the Rashtrapati very shortly as his convoy now arrives at the Raisina Hills. It is also, remember, the Prime Minister who was briefed on a regular
from Aishwarya as we wait for the Prime Minister to drive up to Rashtrapati Bhavan. The image on the right-hand side of your screen is of the Cabinet, the full meeting of the Cabinet a little while earlier on, where the government has endorsed the moves of the Prime Minister in authorizing the strikes to take place. You see the Prime Minister, Amit Shah, over there as well, and the entire Cabinet of the Government of India. So this is important. It is a statement of support which the government has received. I should also mention that there's been several reactions which has come in from countries around the world. Israel, one of our strongest allies, has backed India 100% in the fight against terrorism. We've had strong reactions from the United States. The US President as well has said that he was made aware of the strikes. So when they were going in, India has reached out earlier on today, shortly after the strikes, to some of our closest allies. We'll track all of those developments as well. For now, this short break.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck together.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
These targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Payback for Pahalgam. India takes out Pakistani terror hubs. 24 strikes, 9 targets. 70 terrorists have been killed. Pakistani terror factories have been dismantled. India raises camps that train 2611 terrorists. The government says